and welcome to HBFT Gaming. I'm HBFT and we are back again with SatisFactory. So we are here in the middle of our big sort of, I guess, conglomerate Blue Lagoon facility. It kind of does a lot of stuff. It's not exactly focused, but you know what? We like it so far. So we decided to start out here. We've got a jetpack. We've actually completed and kind of wiped out all of tier 6. So now the only thing remaining in our hub upgrades, we're just kind of locked there where we can't even see tier 7 or 8. So it's a matter of actually completing the space, I guess, space elevator. I kind of like to call it the Space Needle. The Space Needle setup out there. So we are slowly making our way there. So I guess a few admin things just to note. For those that are joining us right now, welcome. Happy Monday. I hope you're all doing very, very well. Today's focus, we're hoping to kind of get our first dabble into maybe some kind of trains. I'd like to get at least a simple train thing set up by this Wednesday. And then on top of that, I'd also like to kind of start to send things to a central sorting area, which I think would be a phenomenal goal. Just because it would be really, really nice to have a bunch of containers, and I'd really like to mess around with the smart splitters and see how that all works out, because I've heard of so many people doing the whole smart storage thing, and I just think it would be really, really cool. So one note that with 1.0 coming out in September, we are going to, this is going to be the last week of streams for SatisFactory, and then we're going to shut this one down and move to another game. So I'm not too sure what that is yet, but keep an eye out and we will take a look at it together. But let's get into where we're at right now. Yeah. Hey, Lost Core, good to see you. Sasha, Mifius, good to see you. Welcome. All right. So if we head over here, you'll see something a little bit different on the side. Currently, we've got this random little factory right over here. I got this set up, I think it was like a couple of days ago, maybe actually more than, maybe like a few days ago. I don't remember anymore. It was sort of a proof of concept to myself. So we had this random impure crude oil location over here. It's outputting at 60 cubic meters, and we are taking that crude oil and we're passing it up, which I have since then learned that's probably not the best idea with the fluid mechanics in the game. We then pass it through a couple of refineries just to make some plastic, and we're actually treating the plastic a little bit like an, I guess, like a byproduct, where usually the heavy oil residue is the byproduct, and we're using the heavy oil residue to then take all of our black powder and turn it into smokeless powder. That's how we're actually able to make rifle ammunition, stuff like that, get upgrades and stuff. But it's also the first time I'm using a power switch. So this came from our Caterium research in the MAM research area. So we can actually turn it on and turn it off. You can see that we are currently at a deficit when it comes to our power production. So we definitely need to ramp that up to keep up with all the things that we're doing. But the nice thing is we can actually shut this off when we're done with it. It's sort of like a, I guess, a more advanced version of the feeders that we had going on back at the hub. Because in here, we essentially have our smokeless powder product, which is coming on in very slowly there. And then we've got our plastic output. This is sort of our byproduct, so it's just kind of stacking up here. And then on the opposite side, this is our... I gotta hand feed this one because we don't have any sort of train system or anything like that. So I just took the black powder from over in our steel area. I don't know if we call it a steel mill, but our steel area, and then drop it off here where it is then being utilized to create the smokeless powder very, very slowly. So this is the little operation. I like that it actually has windows. I like that we get to kind of mess around with the pipes a little more to understand the fluid mechanics a little bit better. And I love that we can actually turn it on and off as needed. So with that in mind, I might actually shut this down. And now you can see that in circuit A, it is now down to 0 usage and there's nothing going on the left side. And now we're back into the regular range when it comes to our consumption, and our production can kind of keep up a little bit better without dipping into the biomass burners way back at the hub. So I thought that was a pretty neat experiment. I really dig that. So what is the next step? Well, right now, let's just go ahead and take a look at our MAM research, because one of the cool things was I took one of the hard disk drives that we had and I threw it in, we got research, and you can see I have a lot more storage now. There was actually an output that said, would you like 6 more inventory space? I said, yes, I would. So we were actually able to get that as an output. So it's not an alternate recipe, but my God, that was a very pleasant surprise. I didn't even know that was a thing. So we've pretty much looked into almost everything except for the nuclear nobelisks, the turbo rifle ammo. We haven't even made turbo fuel yet. We have the explosive rebar, which we could get into, but we're not holding the rebar gun. The quartz, we just have a couple of things left, but that's going to require, I mean, I don't know if we need to scan or search for hard drives right now, and then the radar as well. We can actually make these, but it'll take a little bit. Mycelia is just for the synthetic fiber fabric. I'm not too sure what that is used for. I'm assuming it's like an alternate recipe for fabric, because it is using some of the polymer resin. It would be kind of nice to maybe finish this up. So speaking of which, I might actually go grab a stack of polymer resin while we're here. And then the last thing in Caterium is the priority power switch, and all the rest after that have to do with computers and stuff like that, which kind of reminds me that we do have some very, very, very inefficient computer production out on our very first manufacturer. You can see that it's currently starved. Usually it's starved for all of the plastic. The plastic, it seems like we gotta need a lot of it. We currently have 2 industrial containers just jam-packed with packaged fuel that I have no idea what to do with. So maybe kind of dipping into like a fuel generator might be kind of cool, because I haven't really messed around with fuel generators at all, and we do need more power. So that's kind of a neat thing. I will grab a little bit of polymer resin. I don't remember if we've got any storage for it. Yeah, we do. It's down, I think it's being drained down below. Yeah, there we go. So we'll grab, I suppose, 1 stack, split that off, and then drop that back in, because it's not really filling back up. Yeah. It's an alt recipe. Just use resin and water to make it. You got the ma'am, 100% done. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Hey, Crafty, good to see you. Welcome. So let's go ahead and just kind of like hop out before we do anything. And we're going to go ahead and pick up a little bit of whatever computers are remaining here. I don't know what it's really been up to in our absence. It's kind of slowly ticking away. That's a okay amount of computers. We actually have a good chunk back at the base. Or maybe, do we need them right away? I mean, I guess, what does it take actually to make a train? So if we go over to transport and we go over to electric locomotive, it does take computers, but not nearly that many. If we're looking at the train station, we do need computers. If we look at a freight platform, we do need some computers. Fluid freight platform, empty platforms. Looks like the signals require a computer, and that's about it. So maybe we don't need that many computers right now. I will just kind of toss those back, and I will just maybe grab a stack. We actually have a few that I have moved back over to the main base, so that's kind of cool. We got the circuit boards that are slowly being created, like very, very slowly, but it's completely starved by the lack of plastic, and all this plastic instead is is like overgrouped over here. Yeah, yep. Hey, sorry for the repost. Not sure if I missed it. Does your Discord have a game recommendation channel? There's a suggestions channel in Discord, and thank you for being interested. There's a suggestions channel in Discord, and that absolutely, I was looking there actually just last night. Yeah, 4 different games to look at. I also kind of scan other channels, but I'm more likely to see it if it's in the suggestions channel on the Discord. Yeah. Thank you for asking. By the way, look at the power a train takes and the platforms, by the way. Do you ever play any immersive sims? I guess like Firewatch? I mean, I guess it's not really a sim, but I definitely play stuff like Firewatch. But do you have an example by any chance? Yeah? Or were you able to watch the video? I'm not talking about the video I gave you in your PM. You're talking about the fail safes and efficiencies where was it Total Eclipse, I think? And he was talking about making sure that you have load balancers before you load into your, having load balancers, having backup storage. You don't have to use the batteries. You could take, instead of the batteries, you could have priority power switches. You could try to avoid fluid holes, because fluid holes at the time were bugged. But I think that was created right before update 8, or was that after update 8? Is that the right one? Yeah. Yeah, I watched that one. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah. Prey, System Shock, Bioshock, Deus Ex. I've played all of them except for System Shock and Dishonored. So yes, I absolutely have. I love those. They're great, yeah. What were we doing? Let's go to, well, how about this? Now that we've got some of the polymer resin, let's head back to the main base. I'm just going to make sure this is shut off, right? Pretty sure just by the yellow status. Yeah, so that's shut off. I'm going to leave some of the smokeless powder and all of that in there. And let's head back to the main base because I'd like to kind of get things set up from there because I think it would be the most natural place to get started. Yeah. So we'll just kind of bring out our... Oh, here we go. And just flip around and head up the other direction. Pop, auto, and go. There we go. Hey, Corey, good to see you. Working while listening. Thanks for streaming. Absolutely. And thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate it, man. Axel, good to see you. Welcome. Yeah. It was a bit old, but still had useful stuff, which is why I shared it with you. Well, actually, I'll be perfectly honest. I haven't had much time to watch things lately just because I've been like recording and editing pretty much for the last like 2 days straight. So Raven and I pulled an all-nighter to try to get some of this series out, and I have probably 3 more days of that in sequence, so I haven't really been watching extraneous videos, but fortunately I had seen that video before you had sent it to me because I kind of like to listen to Total X clips. So yeah, no, I appreciate it, man. Was pleasantly surprised from the System Shock remake. Oh, well, I never played the original, so I wouldn't be able to tell you a comparison or anything like that for it, but I'm sure it's amazing. Remakes these days, while they are the trend, I understand it because I love them. I absolutely love them. I like the modernization or the ability to just sort of kind of bring something into the present and the now. And if I've been one where I haven't actually experienced the original, while I'm sure that there's a ton of value from the original, I bet the remakes of games are just a really nice entry point where nowadays, if I look at something that I really enjoyed in the past, and let's say it didn't have maybe even the basic accoutrement of like today, then I might be less likely to be able to ingest it well. Yeah. And if you're wondering what this is, I was messing around with trucks. I did not do very well. Let's put it that way. So there's all this random concrete and asphalt everywhere, and that is why. Yeah. Total is old school. He's been playing since the game launched. Yeah, no, I would imagine. He's definitely seems like he knows. I mean, he's got an eye for design, if at all. Well, like one thing. That's definitely beyond my purview at the moment, yeah. Let's see. So what was I doing? We got a bunch of computers in here. We were going to do the MAM research. I have some polymer resin. We're looking for fabric. I'm grabbing the fabric. And we also have, I think, mycelia, which I can use to make more fabric in order to unlock that last part there, right? Mycelia. And we need 15 more fabric. That didn't seem too hard to make, right? So if we bring ourselves over to fabric, which, oh, you know what? It's actually over here. That makes so much more sense. And affordable recipes, or not, actually. I don't remember. It's been a while since I made fabric, actually. We need biomass. Oh, well, see, that's a bit of an issue. I've got solid biomass. I wish I could. Can we even break that down? I don't think so. We've actually got to go out and get a little bit more in order to make that happen. Oh, actually, no. We got the mycelia. That's why I brought it, yeah? Hey, Little Bits. Good to see you. Welcome. It is the granddaddy of Immersive Sims. Night Dive Studios did the remake. I'm guessing that's different. Maybe they were hired by the OG. Is that right? Yeah? Try roads for trucks at least 4 foundations wide, can even be 5. On 5, you'll be successful. Thank you, Kim. Yeah, no, I don't know anything about roads, actually. So I'd actually really appreciate it if the bunnies had any tips on roads. So, like, would you help me build a road? I think that would be very, very helpful to me. Because actually, you know what? Instead of roads, why don't we just build tracks, you know, for the trains? And the main reason why I mentioned that is just because when I was trying to record, actually, let me just get this in here so we can actually get that last bit and finish the mycelia tree. There we go. Okay, great. And the reason why I mentioned that is just because when it comes to the paths to record, I was having a lot of trouble with it because I didn't have any guardrails on the roads. I was trying to erect it rather quickly. And when that happened, the truck just sort of drove right off the side quite often. So I figured, you know, maybe tracks may be a little bit easier in a way, even though I'm sure they're way more costly in many different ways. It might be a little bit easier to utilize just because, I mean, it's literally on rails, right? So that might be something, yeah. 3 foundations wide at least. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I hadn't really had all of the patterns yet, which, speak of the devil, we had enough tickets. We had a lot of tickets, and when I went over to Customizer, you can see we've actually purchased most of these, and I now have access to all of these patterns. I was curious how other YouTubers, they were able to make roads with lines in them. Well, apparently they probably used these, right? So I think it's center dotted line. Yeah, that's the one to make it look like a road, and it actually splits a foundation in half when it places it. So I didn't know that's how that works, so I'm really glad to have that now, yeah. I had a lot of trouble with streamers when I'm not there to cause trouble, and I was only interacting in the streamer. Ignore me. Hang on. I'm missing what you're saying here. Honestly, while it would be cool if you were able to watch it, I wanted a reaction that let me know you were aware I posted it so that if you ever wanted to, you could. I've had a lot of troubles with streamers when I am not there to cause trouble, and I was only interacting in the stream. Ignore me. It's a sore point. Ignore you. Well, I hope you don't feel ignored. I don't try to ignore any of the bunnies, so sorry if I ever make you feel that way, yeah? It's definitely not my intention, yeah? They even admitted that they saw it and ignored it. Oh, well, no. I mean, I guess, well, I'm sorry it's a sore point. I mean, everyone's just got to find their place in the world, I think. And sometimes we go places where we're not welcome, and that sucks, you know. But I mean, I guess there are places where we're not welcome. And I gotta say, I hope you feel welcome here. And when I do go through and look at messages, there are times where I'll react to them, or maybe I don't feel like I can give them my full attention at the moment because I'm doing something else, and then I won't react to them, almost like a checklist for me to react to later, if that makes sense, when I actually have the wherewithal to provide the appropriate volume of attention to that thing. So I don't know if that makes sense, right? So it's more of a sign of respect as opposed to a flippant disregard, if that makes sense, yeah? So I hope that aligns. Yeah, B-Transu, good to see you. Welcome. He's lost in the machinery, the endless possibility in completing the Geneva checklist, making him lose track. Oh, I lose track all the time. Let's be real. For those just joining us, you can see that we're actually done with tier 6, and we're kind of at that spot where maybe we're going to make some trains, because it's one of the things I've really wanted to do. What was I doing, actually? We were looking at trains. We need power. I wanted to set up an area where we could bring all of our stuff to a central storage area, which I think would be amazing. We just unlocked and finished the mycelia tree, so that's been on my list, so glad to have that out of the way. Yeah, did I hear roads? Oh, we're trying to do roads. Do you plan to continue to stream SatisFactory after 1.0? Well, you know, yeah, let's take a moment for questions. Seems like we got a lot of questions. Yeah, let's go in and clear those out. Yeah, look at how much the train stuff takes. Oh, okay, so yeah, I don't want to look at how much the train stuff takes yet. Yeah, because yeah, otherwise I'll never get started. So if that makes sense, yeah. So there's that. Oh, for power. No, I understand I need more power. I even started the stream saying I need more power. I would imagine I need ludicrous volumes of power, and I'm willing to shut down all of my factories in order to get the train going, if that's a concern. Yeah. How long have you been playing SatisFactory? Hey, Real Barbie. I would say, gosh, how long has it been now? Has it been a month? Actually, we're on 9, so there's about 3 weeks. 3 weeks, I think. I think I've been playing about 3 weeks, yeah. And I'm reading 2 different chats at the same time, so don't think I'm ignoring you, yeah. Customizer helps a lot for the roads. Do you plan to continue to stream SatisFactory after 1.0 drops? Well, after 1.0 drops, I don't have any plans immediately, because my initial thought, just looking at the numbers for the SatisFactory streams, is that they tend to be, and believe me, there's so many games that I like to play with the bunnies, that including like Rogue Trader is my prime example of it, where I think we were going with like 13 average viewers at the same time and had so much fun with it, but it didn't help the channel to grow. So if I'm thinking of someone like Total X Clips, or what was the, I don't remember, there were other channels the bunnies had mentioned, and they've been in the game for SatisFactory for so much longer. I would imagine that when 1.0 drops, everyone and their mom's going to go to those channels, right? So it's doesn't seem like it would be a huge return on investment for me, but I'm definitely going to play it on my own for sure. I'm definitely going to play it on my own, but as far as making it one of the mainstream games, I don't know. I don't know. My guess is not many people will come here. They'll go to the other channels that are dedicated to SatisFactory, kind of like having your factories that are dedicated to making plastic, right? So you go to the plastic factory to get your plastic, even though maybe you might have a little bit of a plastic operation on the side that you've got on a power switch that we just set up over on the other side, right? Does that make sense? Yeah. I posted a screenshot of my roads, give you an idea. I used the blueprint for those. I haven't even used the blueprint maker builder yet, and I definitely want to try that. I think that's phenomenal. Yeah, like a month-ish. Seems like that, Clocky. Yeah, it's been a month. Oh, well, thank you, Crafty. I appreciate that. Yeah. When HB applies for Canadian citizenship, he needs only send them his bonds to understand what kind of war criminal he is for him to be You mean Canada? They welcome war criminals like us? Oh, high five. There we go. You deserve so much more for... Thank you so much, Lost Core. That means a lot, man. I really enjoy Rogue Trader. Seriously. Don't give up. It will come. Most are on a break right now. It'll pick up in many new ones at 1.0. Well, there you go. I think the thing is that whatever we do here is going to get wiped out, and then there'll be a start over on 1.0. So I'll talk it over and think it over, and we'll see. But at the moment, I don't have a plan to stream after 1.0, but that might change if there's enough interest, right? So with that having been said, just for those that maybe have missed it, at the beginning of the stream, we were just kind of going over the situation with all of our factories and outlets out here. And this is the last week that I plan on streaming SatisFactory, at least for sure. And then, so I'd like to be able to, we're not going to make it super pretty because obviously I won't have the time for it. I would like to set up some kind of basic central storage, and then as a proof of concept to just see how the trains work and experience them, I'd like to set up a basic train loop that will at least bring some of the goods to one place. I think that would just be so cool. So cool, because I'm so excited about the trains, and I'm so excited about unlocking smart splitters. And I think that, as far as I'm aware, some of the setups I've seen on videos, they are they require the smart splitters to do, because you kind of drop it off in one place, they output them, and then they go through and they divvy them up. And I just find that really tickles my fancy. And again, if you're wondering what this mess is, maybe we should clear this up. Maybe we should clear this up a little bit, because this all has to do with testing out my pseudo roads. Yeah, just pseudo roads. Oh, thank you so much, Reorgs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the redemption. Puts on the bunny beret. Look, it's time to recruit. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the redemption of the Neuro Helmet 2.0. I really appreciate it, man. Yeah. Canada is actually known for a lot of war crimes during World War I and World War II. Man, there sounds like there could be a really cool museum out there, yeah? With HB, the trains arrived on time. Oh, really? Is that right? Did they arrive on time? How do we figure they've arrived on time? That's what I want to know. I mean, maybe they arrived on time as in when we build them, that's exactly when they should be there, right? Unless you're talking about they arrived on time as in, yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, actually. It's a Mussolini joke. People who wanted him back in Italy made the claim, oh, that the trains, oh, I see. Hey, Chappie, good to see you. Welcome. We're just cleaning up a little bit of mess. Don't worry about this here. You ain't seen nothing here. Everything's fine. Actually, can I build a truck? No, oh, you see. I got rid of the heavy modular frames and things. That's because I think I have my truck out there. Pretty sure I see it in the distance. Yep, we got a truck out there. That's why. And I'll be able to delete this path as well. Yep. I'm Canadian. We are lovers, not fighters. There you go. So I guess that's the question, Mephius. I mean, A, that's awesome. And B, if you're a lover and not a fighter, then how do the war crimes fit in? That's what I want to know, right? I jest. One of the reasons I chose to watch you was because I could see you start your world from scratch. Starting watching someone from the middle of their save doesn't work for you. Well, that's the big thing, is that when 1.0 comes, everyone's going to be starting from scratch, right? Everybody. So, I mean, that's all there for, like, no matter who you watch, you'll have the joy of seeing it from scratch, I think. All right, let's go in and get all the... Ooh, are we full on steel? My God. Well, let's just go ahead and dump them into this steel storage right here. Hop. We'll grab 1, 2, and 3. And then now we've got a little bit of our own storage. There we go. So we'll grab that. Grab this. And we are going to axe out some paths. I think the way to do that, the only way that I'm aware of to get rid of paths, I'm just hiding my shame, bunnies. I'm hiding my shame. If you're wondering what I'm doing and I'm going through all of this, and I'm just basically, well, yeah, hiding my shame. We just go over and we're going to delete the test steel path here. You should have seen it. It was pretty funny, actually. It was almost like, well, it was almost like it was built to just fall off of our roads. It was pretty gnarly. I don't know how I feel about it. At first, I was thinking that if I was able to make roads that kind of worked, then in theory, that would set up as a good, like, baseline for trains. And then we could just sort of, like, build and turn the roads into trains. But the way things are going with this test, I don't think so. I think we've got to kind of do that all from scratch, yeah? Reality was Mussolini neither got the marshes outside Rome drained or the trains to actually run on time. Oh, the pain. But like Ash Ketchum. Oh, well, thank you, Crafty. I appreciate it. No, I really do. And I just want to let you bunnies know that when I am talking about numbers or things like that, it's like one of those unfortunate realities. You know what I mean? Because if I could, I actually like smaller chats just because I can actually talk to people, but obviously there's something to be said about larger chats as well as smaller ones. Yeah, you found the trucks to be clunky. They are a little bit hard on the turning radius. I'll point that out. Yeah, they really are. Man, we're gonna have so much concrete after this. This is gonna be ridiculous. I'm probably stacked filled, just like gigantic volumes of concrete. It's just ludicrous. I'm so glad that we have more inventory space. We actually, for those that missed it, we went in to the MAM research and we were able to decode one of the hard disk drives and it gave us 6 inventory slots. Can you believe that? Ain't that crazy? Isn't that awesome? I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought you only get alternate recipes. Apparently they'll give you like all kinds of stuff. Yeah, they can be spammy. It can be difficult to keep up. I've been fortunate enough where I have had some times where chat has been so big I had trouble keeping up. I'll put it that way, yeah. And I think the part that hurt the most is that I think some of the bunnies took it personally and I was trying my best and it just wasn't good enough. So, you know, it's part of the nature of that too. So there's always pros and cons. But, you know, look who I'm talking to. We're talking to SatisFactory players, bunnies. Yeah? All the SatisFactory players know that a lot of things have pros and cons. It's not all just all pros all the time. I mean, some require more power in order to pay for the advanced technology and incredible efficiency, right? We all want that 100% efficiency on the machine, which I only learned about last week, but we all want that thing that I only learned about last week, right? But you know what the big problem is that oftentimes you just gotta choose which one is the best for your situation, right? There is 2 of them. You can get 6 inventories. Wow, that's crazy. I just can't believe that I actually get to scroll on my inventory for once. I think that's just lovely, yeah? Isn't that crazy? We have an amazing military, but we'd rather not have to fight, but will if we have to. We're about helping and protecting the innocent. You know what? I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. I really don't doubt it at all. And I think that's awesome. That's such a good, cool way to think about it all. Yeah. And thank you for sharing, Mephius. All right, so almost done cleaning up my shame. all we gotta do. I mean, I don't know if it's entirely necessary to clean up the flat ones, but, and we might even end up putting it back later, but whoops, didn't mean to do that. There we go. It's almost like I didn't do a thing, right? There we go. Get rid of the truck station. Get rid of the random container, which had steel in it. Gosh, I don't even want to look at my inventory right now, but I will. If we sort, what's it look like? That's a lot of concrete, but you know what? That's what it should look like, right? Because we're not using metal plates. We're not using metal plates, not iron plates or anything like that. Ain't that a trip? Okay, so let's take a look. We've got a good amount of steel beams. I mean, I guess I'll just continue this hand feed operation right here. This is actually making all of these versatile frames, right? So let's go ahead and clear out 1 stack, 2 stack, 3 stack there. And then that'll feed this beast right here. Great. All right, so now that we've taken care of that mess, let's go ahead and choose a new site for us to bring all of our stuff together. So if we look at our map right now, we're kind of in the middle. We've got Caterium down this way. We've got our, it's not coal, I should probably really rename this. We basically have a steel setup over here. And then up north, we've got some, was it here? Actually, no, here it is. We actually have never been able to bring any of the quartz and silica down south. So I'm thinking this is a bonus objective. It's not something that I will want to make sure that we accomplish, but maybe if we have like a central storage like here or something, then we can have a train network that at least covers this and then brings it together. Obviously, it'll be phenomenal if we could also have that train extend out to the Blue Lagoon, where we've got a lot of stuff going on, but you know, that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to pretend that I can do that through Wednesday. Yeah. So let's do it. I'm surprised if you have any room left after the dismantling. Well, look at that. We do. Ain't that crazy? That's so good. I mean, we can obviously feed any excess into the what do you call it? The awesome sink out there, right? So if we head in this direction, it is more central. And if we go higher, this doesn't seem like a bad place to set up some type of central delivery point, you know? So maybe what we can do, just to start, bunnies were talking about, if we want to make tracks, let's say, we'll treat tracks and roads as similar. Well, we probably want to start with a station, because you got to go through the station. So what's the deal here? Train station. Locomotives can be set to drive to and stop at the train station. You can then connect power to the train station to power up the trains on a railway, as well as transport the power to other stations. Then we've got freight platform. Freight cars that stop at the freight platform will be loaded or unloaded by the freight platform. Loading and unloading options can be set inside the building. Snaps to other platforms and stations. Needs to be connected to a powered railway to function. I think what's kind of funny is that we're jumping straight to trains, or trying to, and we just skipped trucks altogether. So for the most part, right? So it sounds like we got to have a train station. And then if we have an electric locomotive followed by a couple of freight cars, we would need a freight platform and another freight platform. So essentially we'd have train station, freight, like that. So that when the electric locomotive pulls in, then it has a freight car sitting underneath a freight platform each. And those freight platforms will either load or unload. I think that's what it sounds like and how it works, right? So each of these are 50 megawatt, right? So that's a lot. It's going to be 100 megawatt just for one, well, let's say like 150 megawatt just for one setup. And then we've got all the railways which do not require power themselves. Curious about the path signals. I guess they would require power, but my guess is all the railways are all powered themselves. So just attaching to the railway will actually provide the signals with the power that they require. The electric locomotive requires between 25 to 110 megawatts of power to drive. And the freight cars themselves, I'm guessing, you know, it's all controlled by how quickly and how powerful is this. Can we build one of these already? Oh, you beautiful beast. Oh, I can see it already. I can imagine it, yeah? Oh, Ellifer, thank you so much. Well, you know, I really still do believe we've got the best viewers here, so I'm going to have to pass, but hopefully someone else will take you up on the offer. I really appreciate it, yeah. What do we got? Trains are so much better, so a good skip? Heck yes. Skipping the train's not something only you do. Well, that sounds great. Well, let's think. One thing I am noticing is that I tend to want to be above the ground, because if I were to build, let's say, a railway, right? Like that, just like slam it out there. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. It's almost organic. Okay, that's really cool. Look at that. I mean, I guess we could have it low on the ground. Oh, that's not too bad. It's probably going to be a lot nicer. Empty platform with catwalk. When you need to create... Oh, a lot of heavy modular frame for that. Okay. Okay. A monorail. Yeah, not too bad. Used to transport trains in a reliable and fast manner, as a wide turn angle, so make sure to plan it out properly. Empty train platform. An empty train platform when you need to create some empty space. I guess that's like... Say what now? Well, I mean, seems like we're going to need more heavy modular frames, and I know how much those take. They take up quite a lot. So let's start with maybe making some more heavy modular frames. I don't have an operation for that yet, so that's a bit terrifying. So what is it going to take, actually? Let's go to crafting. We'll go to heavy modular frame. We'll go in and add it to the to-do list. And let's say each one takes about like 5-ish, right? So what if we make it a goal to have 25 as a start? Looks like we're going to need modular frames, encased industrial beams, and screws. Well, that's not hard. That's not hard at all, actually. We just need to think of where to get them. See, this is why we want to have the trains, and we want to have central storage. We actually have a lot of encased industrial beams, and the steel pipes we can get backups of. Modular frames we have actively being made right here, so this place is mostly stacked up, so I'm not too worried about that. I might just carry an extra stack on top of it, because we do need it for other things. As far as screws go, we basically have an overflow of screws, and we didn't know what to do with them because we had the alternate cast screw recipe, so that's something. Oh my gosh, I haven't been using this in a while. Let's do it, yeah? Definitely like the hypertube, yeah. You could have it low, but I've seen others use pillars to suspend it above the ground. I have as well, and I think it looks phenomenal. But at the same time, how much time do I have, right? I looked at Total Eclipse. I've seen a lot of his videos, and he had some videos, he had blueprints where essentially, oh yeah, if you haven't seen it, this has glass now. High five. This actually has some glass. It's all stalled up because it doesn't have enough space for stuffs on the output. We're not actually using a lot of these screws. They're just being sunk. So that's a darn shame. Well, we can definitely grab these and use them, which is great. Oh, we're out of space. That's easy. Let's just get our... We're just going to manually make these. Equipment? No, not equipment workshop. It's craft bench. Craft bench. There we go. We'll just slam these in there. And we're going to start hammering out the heavy modular frames. But yeah, no, I've seen they got blueprints. They've got non-blueprints because apparently train tracks are a very manual thing to make them all artsy and beautiful and have lights and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't have time for that. I don't at the moment, and especially when we're going to have 1.0 come out and then wipe it all out. So I just like to have a functional thing at the moment, yeah. So it might have to be on the ground or maybe slightly raised from the ground, yeah. So let's see, we've got 2 more that we can make. And then we just have to satisfy this volume of stuff. Encased industrial beams, but now we can actually hold more screws. So there's the stack. We'll actually hold a couple more on the stack there. And then now this factory can actually output, at least half of the factory can output stuff, yeah. You do you? Well, here's the thing. I personally would love to have, like, I've seen some worlds that are just, they're gorgeous. They're absolutely gorgeous. Makes me not want to cut down all the trees, if I'm perfectly honest. But, I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous. And I would love to have a world like that. It's more of a time thing, yeah. Nothing to do with my desire. Just I want to experience things before I'm not playing it, you know. So that's the main goal. I know we got a lot of excess concrete, so I'm actually going to drop some things off. Is it in the top one? Might be in the top one. Unless we're just out of room. It's fine. Well, honestly, we're going to be using those. So now we're going to stop by the steel area because we do have a bunch of already made encased beams. So we'll go to nab that. And we're just going to make a bit of a left. You can see that we have a way of getting to where we want to go, but it's a somewhat manual process. And God, wouldn't it be so cool? It'd just be so cool to at least have the experience of understanding how a central storage works, yeah? On the bright side of, yeah, to start over, you get to be back to where you are faster. Oh, absolutely. And hopefully not make jumbled messes all over the place, right? So this I had to stop because we currently are completely stacked up on these beams. So we have a lot of them. We have a whole industrial container of them. So let's get our heavy modular frames and we'll finish that out. Heck, we'll make 40. Who knows? Actually, we don't need to make 40. We'll make 8 more. We'll stick to the plan so that we're not using up all of our resources, right? So that leaves us with 5 more. Easy peasy. Once we've got those heavy modular frames, let's go ahead and just build. We'll do a push. Well, should we do a push-pull frame or push-pull train first? Just so that we can have a single link of functional railroad. I don't know. I was kind of hoping for at least a basic loop, but you know, who knows? Who knows what we need? Right now I have this shut off because I put this on a power switch as well for the whole operation to make more of those encased beams. I believe this should be filling up a little better now because I'm not diverting all of, yep, much better now. I'm not diverting all of the product somewhere else to be used. So now, looking pretty good. Okay, so let's start. Transport train station. How big is this thing? It's really large. Very, very large. Okay. Well, what if we deliver, let's say, let's look at the map. Where, you know what? Let's make the destination first, right? That's probably the best thing to do. We either make it here or right in the middle. I'm thinking if we make it up here, though, then at least it has a decent enough arc that'll get us over to the Blue Lagoon in our proverbial future, right? So let's head out. We'll go ahead and mark up just this little zone right there, and we'll just have it be new marker. That's hub. Well, it's in that direction. I don't think I set up any sort of proximity for it, so we'll say medium. There we go. There it is. There it is. Awesome. Okay, here we go. I would say what you should depends on your needs. Well, in this case, the needs are mostly time-based and not necessarily like, because if I had my way right now, instead of doing this, I'd be working on the power situation. That's what I would be doing. Like straight up, no questions in my mind. I would be working on some fast way of outputting power. Maybe that means a bunch of generators on a blueprint, right? Because we haven't done the blueprint thing yet. I think right here, this is it. So this is the location I was thinking of. So where, I guess it's decent in the sense that it's already high up. So getting a train up here, I mean, we'd already be building from high up down low as opposed to building down here and then trying to bring a train up. But there's something kind of beautiful about getting the train to be on the ground. You know what I mean? Where it's like weaving in and out of the landscape instead of being up elevated above it. But at the same time, I guess if you're elevated above it, then there are a lot of, you know, geographical features that you don't have to contend with. So let's keep that in mind. So I guess just to make it maybe a little more plausible that we'll get this done in time, I'll go ahead and I'll make it higher up. So let's just get, although I guess I should probably be doing this in concrete, right? Just so that we're using more of the concrete instead of limiting ourselves with the metal, right? And then now we can select this and this will, oops, select that, and there we go. So we'll just kind of set up a big foundation from this point, and we'll be able to kind of go from here, yeah? Because the bunny said always work with more than you need, and then you can always clean it up afterwards. So we'll just do that, yeah? If you want, you can set concrete as the default material. Oh, Far for Alpha, thank you so much. I think the way that you do it, and I think the bunny's told me, I think it's like this. foundation and you go here, and then you can say default will be concrete. There you go. Thanks so much. Yeah, and we'll do a little bit of the same here as well. High five. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so with this, let's have... Is this high enough? I don't think so. I think this actually needs to be taller. And the reason why is if we want to build out here, we're going to be having the same issue we had with all the grass sticking through. You know what I mean? You remember when we were trying to build and we had grass sticking through and we had all of these machines that had nowhere to, like, you know, you couldn't snap them together because they had a bunch of stuff in the way. I'd rather avoid that if possible. Obviously, we've got more cluster nobelisks, so that's one way to deal with the issue as well. But I think it should be noted that if we try to think from the highest point down, then we'll probably have a less stressful time trying to make everything and then rebuild everything, right? Yeah. You have to put that on the hotbar. Oh, yeah? Yeah? Well, I'm curious. If I go like this... Ah, I see what you're talking about. That does make sense. Thank you so much. We'll go 7 and we will go 6. Perfect. Thank you very much, man. You are correct. There we go. So I want to make some type of sorting system, but let's just make sure that we have enough space for it. We've got so much concrete, we might as well use it. This is our first copper setup, yeah? So nostalgic. Okay, and then we'll just build right on top of it. And this is more for the railway. Okay. All right. So where are we at? So let's pretend... Oh, missed some here. Hey there, Bean. Okay. And this is where the chainsaw is amazing, yeah? So just chop off the tops. Kind of reminds me of, you remember in Home Alone with Macaulay Culkin when he was getting his Christmas tree and he just chops the top off? I feel feel a little bit like Macaulay Culkin right now, yeah? It would be amazing if you somehow made dog food and have a huge factory. Oh, for Bean, for Mr. Bean, or for the lizard dog. Do they actually allow you to make dog food? That would be crazy. I like it, Clocky. All right, so let's look down below. Yeah, if we add train track, see, I look at this and I think I'd like to move this diagonally. I'm guessing we might be able to do something like that. Let's get our train station. Here we go, train station, yeah. So we want it to run, I guess it only has one direction to go. Will come from other places. Floor's too steep, huh? We're probably in the way. Oh my god, that is huge. So big. Wow. So is this is seriously one direction? One direction. Wow. That's crazy. So if we rotate, so if I were to angle or rotate, like, can I only 90 degrees? Because I'm looking at this and I want it to square off, but I don't know about that. Huh. Odd. Mr. B. Oh, we can get on the train? That's awesome. Well, if we have to square it off with the foundation, then I guess maybe it's only snapping because I have foundations out here, perhaps. So I'd have to rotate that. You try to build a central storage, I vastly underestimated how big it is. Well, let's make it bigger then. Farfarofa, thank you so much. I mean, I probably do not have, I'm almost guarantee I have way less to store than you do. Or you did, yeah? So I just think it would be cool to have some kind of sorter so that we have stuff being delivered from other places instead of every stream where I would basically take the zip line to a new place and basically do a world tour of all of our areas and have a bunch of places all just backed up doing nothing, you know? If you place a track part of the train station, you can line up foundation later if you choose to use foundations under your track. Okay. Okay, so if you place it first before the foundation is what you're saying? Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. Tracks, railways. Place it in the center of the foundation. Well, the railway is not letting me rotate. Do I have to place it and then stretch it? Can I... Oh, I see. So you have to place it down and then you choose the direction. Oh, I thought it's kind of like Zoop or something like that. Well, that's cool. In that case, if we place the railway, maybe we can snap the train station to it. Although I'll admit, it's a little hard to see underneath the hard concrete. I want to move like here, let's say. So we'll go 1, face that away-ish, let's say. And then we'll get the train station and maybe we can snap to it. Yeah, that's a negatory, looks like, yeah. The little part on the train station. Oh, so maybe if I place it down... Nope, when I place it down, it builds it. I thought maybe I can place it down and then sort of wiggle it, kind of like the railway. But that doesn't seem to be the case. So... I was trying to store every item in the game. Oh, yeah, no, I just mean, like... As an example, we have a... I want to say almost every little outfit that we built in different places, they all get stuck and then eventually sink and then just... we don't do anything with this stuff until I physically go there to get some stuff. Even if I'm talking about just filling up an industrial container from their output, I think that would be great. Okay, so I'm curious, if I were not to build on that foundation, like I build the train station down here. Oh, now I can... Okay, I guess that makes sense. So... Well, I mean, I guess I could have it down here and then build underneath it. At least then it will line up with the... So if you want to have trains go back and forth in this area, then you are absolutely going to need to have 2 of these side by side, or you're going to need to have a push-pull type of system, yeah? That uses the same exact rail, I think, yeah? The train track that is a part of the train station, if you place that in the center of the foundation. I will admit that I'm more concerned with the train station itself. Ooh, Skovde C. Let's go ahead and put down the foundation below it. Yeah. Just don't use the world grid for train foundations. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, for train foundations, don't use the world grid. And I built this all on the world grid. Okay, cool. We built that all on the world grid. All right. Well, things you learn. Things you learn. Well, let's maybe get rid of the bottom layer then. You can tell I've never done this before. Hey, Asmodeus, good to see you. Welcome. We're trying to sort of figure out how to do train stuff. Might be a little more challenging than I had initially thought, yeah? That's probably good enough. Let's get on top. All right. So we'll get rid of the rail. And I guess we'll just clear off the part in front of the area that we'd use as the foundation for the storage. How about that? And then we'll manually place or float foundation somewhere, yeah? Everything is a lie before trains? I mean, I guess. Is there any cake? Yeah. First, you break out the Ional set. What's that? And thank you, Petrie. Welcome. All right. There we go. Oh, Lionel. I hear Lionel. I immediately think Lionel Johnson from the Dark Angels. Their Primarch. Okay. Yeah, we probably need more space than this, actually, for the storage. I heard the fastest way to put down foundation is to get a blueprint of a 4x4 and just slam down a bunch of 4x4s that way. I have not done that yet. There's always a rule. The exception, yes. Toy manufacturer's been around for... Oh, like a train... Lionel's the train set manufacturer, is that right? Is that what you're talking about? Toy train gotcha. Model train set, they were the Xbox of my youth. Are they like... Oh, so it makes it sound more mass manufacturer, like en masse available, like available to the masses. As thanks, Mr. Bean, for christening this area here. Oh, you're welcome. I think so too. It's a lovely day. So what we're gonna do is, okay, if we have an input, so if we, let's just set up a faux train station right here. Hold. So we'll just get one there. So I need to understand what, this is just a stop for the train station, and then there's a freight platform as well, right? So it would actually, aha, that's what. Floor's too steep. Oh, it doesn't have enough space. That's why. Won't let me build it. Because I wanted to understand the inputs and the outputs. So it's really the train stations where the locomotive will stop, and the freight platform is where we're going to do the loading, unloading, right? So we're probably going to have, let's say, like 2 carts, right? Floor's too steep, floor's too steep, floor's too steep. Must be in line with another train Oh, we need the train platform just to even put it down. Okay. Well, so many things. Just put it, I don't know, like there. Rail tracks are self-supporting. They do not need foundations. One sec. If I hold and place it, and we had another one. My God, that's huge. That's so huge. So A, it's facing the wrong way. We'd probably want... Are these omnidirectional? So what I mean by that is you can see the outputs are on the other side. So if we put this here and flip it, hold and build it. Mr. Bean, you're not helping. Mr. Bean. Okay, well, it's all right. Yeah, it does look cleaner. Nice to have fun. Well, I don't see any directions. I know the train platform has a direction. I don't see a direction on the freight platform, so I'm guessing I can have it face whichever direction so that I can have the ports on the right side. Well, the correct side, right? So this is going to be output. That's going to be input. So we really only care about the output. So that means that whatever we're having come on out can be sent in through. We probably have 2 of these. So they'd have to come together, and then they would need to pass through some kind of detection there. That would be that smart splitter, and we would basically do one after another after another. So we'd have to determine what are the items that we want to store, right? Probably the best thing that I could do is just make a list based off of the crafting bench, right? So if we're looking, we could turn off affordable recipes, and we're looking at probably not storing ingots. I don't think I would store the ingots, but I'll definitely do like the iron plate. So I'll add an iron plate to the to-do list. And I know reinforced iron plate, well, that's like tier 2. So we'll say like we'll have like tier 1 materials, and we'll have tier 2 materials. And let's say we only go that high. Like we don't have to get too crazy with it. I just kind of want a taste of what that feels like. So we'll have like iron plates and iron rods, right? Iron plates, iron rods. And then obviously we've got a lot of screw production, which come from the rods. That'll be like tier 2. And then we can do copper as well. So we can have those come from ingots, copper sheet, and the wire, right? So we can have the wire, and then we can have the cable. Yep, quick wire, we know we have to deliver from over where we have caterium. So that's that. And then we've got our steel beams and steel pipes, which we have from the steel area. They're also creating encased industrial beams. It'd be nice to bring some of those over. Modular frames we have just being produced down below. Reinforced iron plates. Now we're kind of getting in the higher tier stuff. Screws. Yeah. And I'm going to hold off on like, I'll call them tier 3 because they've got to pass through a whole nother layer of stuff. I think this is already pretty good. Oh, and I do want to bring in like the quartz crystal and the silica and the concrete. Is that too much? Oh, and biofuel. Yeah, yeah. Is that too much? I think that's just right is what it is. We've got all these too, but we'll leave those be. So if we're looking at our list right now, we've got iron plates and iron rods, copper sheets and wire, cables and quick wire, steel beams. I was going to make a song out of it. Steel beam, steel pipe, encased industrial beam. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so let's pretend. So I think a good analog is to get the industrial storage as our, let's say, output here, because guess what? It's the exact same height, right? So, I mean, you can, just to show that, I mean, you could literally just have an off port like that, and that just works just fine. So we'll just kind of set these up and use them as if they're our freight platforms, yeah? So let's get rid of this. So we know we'll have 2 of these, and then we can just kind of go from there, yeah? There's never such a thing as too much in SatisFactory. Well, in this case, you got to remember what the real goals are, right? We got to keep the goals in mind. And in this case, the goal is we want Mr. Bean. The goal in mind is to get some kind of train set up so that it can deliver stuff to a central storage all by the end of stream Wednesday. And this stream has literally 3 hours left in it. So time's a ticking, time's a ticking. So let's just mock up, right? So we got one coming out, we got another one coming out. This is from 2 different freight platforms, let's say. Let's close that down. And then if it comes in, I remember on the failsafe video, it said that you want some type of load balancer in case that you got stuff. Oh wait, no, that's for like factories, not for sorting. So I think this should be okay. We just literally merge them together, send them through the first of the smart splitters, and I think that should be okay, right? So let's see. I guess, well, here. It'll be something like, we need some kind of merger. Oops. Merge. Yeah. Has his own goal. He does. He does. It's so true. Kind of bring this through here. Yep. And we can cut that. Nice thing is, when we output, we don't have to output from the top and the bottom, you know? Although, I guess, is that the case? So if this is our freight platform, is it just faster to offload from both at the same time? Does it allow you to do so? I mean, I guess I'd imagine that they would, right? So we could kind of do the whole stackable conveyor type of thing. It's kind of like this, and then 2, and you can have them kind of hook up like that. And then you got, oh, actually, you know what? How would they come together if not? We might have to merge. Maybe we're overthinking it. Maybe we'll just have it come out of one of the ports, although it won't be as fast. The train will have to stay there longer, so it actually does matter. Okay, I think it does matter. So let's start with the bottom ones first. We'll get a bottom merge. 1, 2. Get that in there. And obviously we can update the belts. That's not hard. 1, 2. So those are coming into a merger, yeah. Bunny overthink never happens. There you go. Are you going to have to cut your time streaming SatisFactory? What do you mean? Crafty? Okay, so then we'll probably want another merger on top of it. Yep, I think that will do. Curious how that'll work, actually. 1, 2. Better yet. Oh, you know what we need? This is where... Can we place a stackable one on top of this? I don't think so. Probably what we need to do is have something at the same level, but then have something come off of it, right? So maybe a splitter. How would that work? I didn't really think about that. And then we'll do this to bring into it, but then we get rid of this, get rid of that, and now that's odd. Oh, because it didn't actually... Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you place a stackable just beside and nudge it into place. You can... Oh, really? Okay, that's phenomenal. Thank you, Farfarofa, yeah. when you say do that though, that's what I'm having trouble understanding. Here, if we put this beside it here and then nudge it over. Oh, look at that. That's crafty. Wow. Holy moly. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Oh, that is phenomenal. Wow. That's great. Thank you very much. That's so fancy. Wow. Never would have thought about that. Cut your time streaming the game. I think the answer is yes to that question. What I was saying earlier is that, oops, oh my gosh. What I said earlier is that I do need to move to other games. So this is a variety channel. And when it comes to this week, it'll be the last that I know of that we're streaming SatisFactory for sure. It doesn't mean that I won't stream it in the future, but like at least for now, because we're going to move to a different game. Just don't know what that is yet. Yeah. So, okay. So we actually have those both coming in. Then if we wanted to send these into a single merger, that wouldn't be too hard either, because we can just get the merger in front of it. Although, no, merge it first. Merge it first. Or we could have an awesome sync, maybe. We do have an awesome sync here already. So we have it flipped. Because my assumption is that, let's say we have a whole network of containers down here, and they're already sorted, yeah? When the items pass through the first splitter to be sent off to one area or the next, and it keeps getting passed through more smart splitters, will the concept of overflow still make sense? Is the network aware of decisions being made by smart splitters down the line? So it knows that, oh, okay, well, it has nothing to do with being passed over to the right for screws, but screws are down the line, maybe like 20 different splitters. So, oh, but that one is currently full, so therefore it will overflow before it even goes down that lane. That's more of what I'm curious of. Yeah, thanks for explaining. Oh, okay, I'm glad it made sense. Yeah, is that right? Yeah. So we get like an awesome sync here. We cut that pole and we'll get, I guess we could have 2 splitters. Yeah, I'll just have them be extra long. We'll have them be extra long just so that we can actually get the splitters on there. So we'll have a smart splitter here and a smart splitter there. Oh, I guess I could have just stacked that. We could have just stacked it. That makes perfect sense. I like it. And I like the fact that when the bunnies told me about this, it kind of cuts. It like clips the rail, yeah? Ooh, you know what? Is it facing the wrong way? It might be facing the wrong way. It's very possible. Yeah, it is totally facing the wrong way. There we go. Perfect. So those feed in. And then essentially we would say overflow, right? Overflow here. And we would need to merge in front here. Man, we got all kinds of weird setups going on. 1 and 2. There we go. So we want that to go right in. Hang tight here. That is not quite where we want it. That looks pretty good. And here, bring her over. There we go. Overflow means the belt is saturated. That'll certainly happen at the point you merge ports from the freight platform. Oh, really? I was kind of hoping it would know about the decisions being made later. But very possible it doesn't, yeah. We bring this maybe around and flip like that there. Actually, you know what? I'd rather have them be the other way around, because then at least there's some kind of space underneath. And it feels like it doesn't stick out as far, even though it totally does. And actually, you know, if we shift this forward, even if it's not a straight line, it's not a straight line anyway, it will actually save space. So even if it's not in line, in a way it saves space. So Just make sure it's facing the right way. So we did something like that. Have the connection, cut these, and then basically shift them over. So that top one can still go there, but now it's not as nasty of a lane. And then there we go. So, and it's probably not necessary to do this, but it's just so I understand what this is. There we go. So that's sort of like the overflow right there. So we've got our train platforms. We've got this being fed in. They're being overflowed out that way. And then we need these to come into the first of the smart splitters. So we're going to want to have, yeah, our smart splitter just facing the right way, have the correct input. Oh, not a smart splitter. We want the merger first. Merge and then be sent into the smart splitter, where it's going to get the very first of its decisions made. Yeah. You set the smart splitter for a given item. Anything left on the belt, you set to overflow. At the end of the chain, anything on the belt either is not being sorted or the storage is full. Oh, you do the overflow at the end of the chain. Gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot more sense, Farfarofa. That makes a lot more sense. Basically, something that's made it through the gauntlet of decisions, like of all the conditionals, if it's still there, it does not belong, right? It doesn't belong. Okay, that makes perfect sense. So I don't want this here. I'd want this at the end of the process. That is actually kind of a lot cleaner too. So I'm down with that. Thank you so much. I did not think about that. I thought somehow, I'm so used to when we're doing any sort of overflow, we do it before we store it in the container. But in this case, I mean, this is a slightly different situation, I suppose. Yeah. So we got this. We'll get our merger. Give it a ye old tap right there. Bring her in. And that is a look. That is a look. You know, instead of being stacked, I almost want them to be side by side. Because we can, so this merges in. I thought I was saving myself on throughput. Because what I was thinking is, we could take these two merge and then pass it in here. And then you basically have one merged column plus two merges. And then it's being sent through. I guess in the end, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. So instead of doing the whole stack and trying to figure this out, what we can do is just put them in front of each other, like in line. Why not continue stacked all the way? Oh, like have two smart? Oh, that's a good point. So you don't have to merge them. You just get double smart splitters and they're both being packed through the same set. And if we store with industrial storage containers, we've got a top and a bottom storage. I guess it'll double the number of belts, but hey, it might look pretty cool. So I dig it. That's a good suggestion. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Less chance of the belts being overwhelmed. That's very true. That's very, very true. Smart splitter. So we can already start with the organization. So we'd have one and we'd have another. And obviously we're only passing Mark 1s through here while we're ideating. Okay, so from this point, we would send only one type of thing over to be stored. And then, so like if we started, it would be, I'd only want iron plates here. Can I search? Oh, I could totally search. There we go, iron plate. So I'd only want iron plates here. And then, or I would want, I guess we could have like tier 2 on the opposite side, yeah? So we could have something like copper wire. Oh, is it just wire? Oh, it is actually just wire. Okay. Maybe like quick wire. Yeah. We could have like quick wire on the left and then everything else. Any undefined? Undefined. That would be that, right? As in we've defined quick wire, we've defined iron plate. Any, oh, overflow? I think overflow goes forward. That's what it would be, right? And we can do something similar like that. I guess the big thing is our central storage will go straight down with storage containers on both sides as opposed to being nicely stacked. But I guess we'll route it and we'll figure that part out. I haven't really thought that part through. I'd like it if the containers are around and we stand in the middle, but I don't know how that works. Yeah. So we'll go iron plate. Oh, you can comp. Oh, good point. Good point. So copy and paste. Awesome. Thank you. So that would mean we've got something coming out here, and we've got a storage container here. But yeah, this is, if I want them to face, well, so the big problem with this, so this is what it's turning out to be, right? Like you'd have a container and it's sort of like this. Like they're facing two different directions, which means if I want to look at tier 1, I got to go over here. And if I want to look at tier 2, I have to go over here. That doesn't make too much sense to me. I'd rather be standing in front of them all. At worst, you know, they're all stacked up facing this way, right? But I suppose you could still do something like that, right? I mean, you could have it being passed up this way, right? So you could have your, let's say, your belts moving down a bunch of smart splitters. And you would have your... These would, in theory, be the iron plates if we are at the right distance. Here, let's go and pull this back. You'll make a catwalk above the splitters used to display to show what item is stored. Oh, wow. Well, that's super fancy. And it'll be something like that. These will be like the iron plates here. You let the overflow go left. Merging will make bottlenecks. Well, this one's not a merge per se. And then if this were, let's say, quick wire, which now I wouldn't want this to be quick wire, but if it were quick wire, then we could have it. How would you... I mean, I guess you could build... But if you have this extending out this way, that doesn't make much sense in terms of how you would pass the product over, because you'd have two lanes coming up, right? It would be something like this. You could easily route up and over, but coming through here would be a little bit tricky. You'd have to kind of extend it out, then make it come up, then make it go over, and that just seems... I don't know, it doesn't seem very nice. It doesn't seem to work very well. So how about this? What if we think, obviously I haven't thought this one through. What if we think about what do I want the end product to look like? And then we can figure out the guts, right? So like if I come up here, I want to walk along. I actually like this right here. Let me show you. Right here, we have a bunch of guts behind it, right? So you got all these feeders, but then out front we have this. So I just walk by and I know exactly what I'm grabbing, right? So I like just being able to walk like that. Or if I'm here, I can look left, I can look right. But honestly, I like them all lined up like this. I know the farther I go, the farther down the tech tree I am, as an example. I think that would be really, really cool. So I guess maybe as our first implementation of some type of central storage, this kind of setup in one long line, maybe that's probably the easiest thing for me to do, as opposed to thinking about how I walk into kind of one of those like assassin's rooms in John Wick, and you look to your left and to your right, and their containers like facing you this way, also on that side, and in front of you at the end of the wall, there's that. So you can imagine if I'm John Wick, I'm gonna go and pick... I'm the John Wick of SatisFactory. I go in and I'm looking around like this. I think that might be a little too complicated for me up front, yeah. So I think I'm going to try for this type of output right here. So with that in mind, let's see what we would do. I love the jetpack, by the way. Just being able to go up without having to worry too much about did I build the right ladder in the right place, etc. You can make floors and hide the... Oh, that's right. Totally forgot about the floor thing. That is phenomenal, Petrie. Oh my gosh. I totally forgot about the floor. Holy moly. Well, if I cut one out and fall through the bottom, yeah, we don't have much room on the floor. I guess we could always turn this. So as an example, go like 7... and go to 1 meter, and then we have in theory 2 meter below for stuff. Will that even fit a split? I think I'd probably run into issues. I mean, A, there's that, and B, we're on the grass, so that's kind of annoying. So maybe we have to build above it and then like build up another level on top of this in order to make that happen. What we could do, now that I think about it, is we could get a 1 meter but down a little bit. Will it allow me to do that? There we go, like this. And then we can come up to, let's say here. Now it's at least flat. So if we were to do something like this and just hide the fact that it's doing that, although that, man, that's really tight. I mean, I can't even jump. Talk about claustrophobic. That'd be really tough. Surface floors are nice, but you have to build with that in mind from the start. Oh boy. This requires a lot more planning. All right, well, in that case, let's cut this. We'll pretend this is the bottom. We'll cut these out. How high would we need these to be? Let's say we go to... Oops. Honestly, it'd probably need to at least be 3 of these. So 1, 2, 3, and then you've got your 4th. So we're looking at like that. So now if we place something down, that actually kind of fits. You know what I mean? So when we're operating, we could be up here and operate on it like this, and then just take our floor and then cover it up after. That seems like a decent solution, I think. And then where we would have our containers is essentially up here, right? If, you know, there we go. It'd be like up there. And so essentially we'd have all the stuff down here and the containers would be up there. Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, I'm down with that. I'm down with that idea. Too tight spaces get hard to reroute. Yeah, you'd have to pull the floors out for sure. You have to pull the floors. I've already... Well, how tall do these things have to be though? You know? Because the higher we raise these, I guess we could have the storage yeah, that'd be really tall. That'd be really tall, wouldn't it? It'd be like up here somewhere. You know, while that would be nice to hide it all, maybe if I actually want to get this done, maybe we need to be a little more even simpler. I wonder if this is... Okay, don't get discouraged. There you go. Let's kind of go like this. So let's think. Okay, so let's say it's iron plate. And it's only iron plate or overflow. And the left is nothing, right? I mean, we'll need a lot. It's basically in line. Yeah? So we would just copy, paste. So it would overflow through or iron plate to the right. And we would just line up a bunch of these. And that might be the easiest way to implement it, I think. So if we only want... error-free, yeah. And if we want, we can build a wall around it and hope for the best. Because here's the thing, this may be the end goal, but part of our goal before the end of Wednesday is to have some kind of train set up, right? So while this may be the end goal, the train still has to bring it here. So, and I would imagine that's a lot more complicated. So we'll just try to keep this kind of simple, I think. Yeah. And these are the inputs. They kind of come in. We've got 2 lanes going down, and then we just have a bunch of smart splitters that are just sending these into the containers. I think that's how we're gonna go. So let's go ahead and define what our containers are, and then we'll just kind of go from there. So we'll just have a standard label on each so we know what it is. There we go. And so what was the list? We've got it on the right side of the screen, and then that way we know what our targets are. So we got iron plate. Let's kind of mark that up. Iron plate. Nice. Love it. Here we've got iron rod. So we've got iron rods. Oh, wait, I can just search, right? Rods. There we go. Iron rod. Fantastic. So iron rod. Okay, now we're talking. It's starting to feel like a reality. We wanted copper sheets. Oh, my bad. There we go. So we've got copper sheets. That's these here. We've got a lot of these just down the hill, so it's not too difficult of an ask. After that, we got wire. This is the copper wire. We also have our... Well, now we're getting in a quick wire. Let's do quick wire like afterwards. I mean, we can do the... I also wanted to grab some quartz, but I guess that's a little bit too far away right now. We'll leave that for later. We can always have another side if we need to and get the... you know how we said nothing's being sent over to the left? We can always replicate it on the opposite side for like more exotic things, and I think that should suffice, right? So steel. Let's move to steel because always need more steel stuffs. So we got steel beam, and we'll want the steel pipes. Those both come from the same place, so those will come in the same shipment. There we go. We got steel pipes and steel plates. And then we also, after that, want the encased industrial beams, which are kind of the next tier up from that. Yeah. So we got encased. Even bigger. Oh my. Yeah, we might need to make that one a little bit wider. So fortunately, we got 3-meter sign. There it is. Okay, great. needed a little more space. That one hogs it up a little bit. And then we can even get, you know, the quick wire because that is actually on site. Yeah, so we got quick wire. There we go. Quick wire. And I know we have industrial. Well, let me think. Steel beam, steel pipe. I feel like even before that, like we don't even have cables listed here. So I might do, it's all right. Let's, rather than go back and reorganize all these, let's just get cables. They're kind of out of order. I feel like this is the slippery slope right here. We got cables, and honestly, I kind of wanted to have even more than this, but we're out right now, so we'll just do with this for now. I'm out of steel, so that's what we got. That's what we got. Hold this, yeah. And we're just gonna run this all the way past the potential destination. Kind of do a little bit of the same here. Yoink. Up one. Perfect. Cut that. Cut that. And now we smart splitter it up. But you don't want to stand on... That's one thing I learned. I don't want to stand on it. Because if I do that, then I'm going to end up with a situation where... Oh, hello. If I do that, I'll probably do the bottom ones first, actually. Just seeing how that worked out. I'm holding control, but it's not lining up with it, so I kind of have to just eyeball it, I guess. That one snapped. That one snapped. That one snapped. Oh, wait, these are snapping. Makes me wonder about this one, then. Negatory. Will that even pass through? I should hope so. Looks like it does. Okay, great. Well, I mean, that's nice. So this is the very simple sorting setup here. I mean, you know what actually would kind of work? If we really wanted to, instead of using industrial storage containers, we could get double the sorting by having a top and a bottom. You know what I mean? Like this could be cables, that could be quick wire as an example, but let's not get too crazy with it. If we needed to, it would be easy enough to essentially, like, because what we're doing right now is we're just going to grab these splitters and slam them on the top, and it would be easy enough to, oh, I need AI limiters. It'd be easy enough to actually just switch the programming for the ones on the top, the settings, and then, you know, just go from there. If you want to stack and only have singleton containers of whatever it is that you want, but we want to have more. We like a little bit of backup here, you know. It's nice to have a little bit of, you know, redundancy. Yeah, Snap seems to be bugged sometimes. It works for the most part, I will say, for the vast majority of the time. Every once in a while, though, you get kind of hung up here and there. I think 10 should suffice for now, although we'll definitely want more. Oops, that was my fault there. It totally wanted to snap. There we go. There we go. There it is. So it is here where we would have some kind of overflow, right? Because whatever is left will just automatically go into our awesome sink. So if anything, I mean, I guess I'll just have it go off the other direction, because I wouldn't want it where, yeah, we'll just have it go in the other direction, because I wouldn't want it where I want to expand. And then all of a sudden I'm in the spot where I've got to, well, I'll have to remove that anyway. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Here we'll need a merge. So we just got to make sure that it's facing the awesome sink. Send it right in. And of course it's, to this day, I run into that issue there. There we go. So she sends her in. We got that through. And then Mr. Bean decides he wants to be a part of the whole process. That's right. It is what it is. I understand, Mr. Bean. Sometimes you just get really excited. I would as well. That makes perfect sense. All right, so if we paint this up, that'll be the red one. This is the red one. That's the red merger. And then we've got our overflow. Yeah. So let's see. I almost feel like it would be very helpful to have the signs on both sides. I wish I could just copy this straight up. You know what I mean? Well, actually, we can, can't we? So if we were to put a sign here, let's say. Then can we copy the settings of the sign? I would imagine so. So if I say copy, and I, oops, it autosaved there. Ha. Oh, it did it. Heck yes, look at that. Ain't that a trip? Oh, maybe reorganizing isn't as bad as I thought then, right? So here's the thing. I mean, if we really wanted to, I mean, the only thing that's a little bit weird is the encased industrial beam. We could, you know, stick that one up there. So if we ever need to reorganize, it's not too bad, because we could do this. We can basically say I want cable. We'll go cable. Oh, that is freaking gorgeous. That's great. And then I'll say I want the big guy there. And then this can be our, you know, I think this is the new order type of area. So we'll get, quick wire is already quick wire. I think that's fine. So we'll just get rid of this sign. We'll get rid of that sign. I'll put this on down below. We'll copy the settings. Oh, that's awesome. Look what the bunnies are teaching me already. That's phenomenal. Well, we can also dismantle this. And we're going to copy steel pipe straight over. And just kind of slip that in. Well, that's very nice. There we go. And then we'll get cable right there. Oh, that's phenomenal. Well, the nice thing is, in order to make this easier to set up, I mean, we can just... The only one that we'd have to mess around with is honestly the 3-meter one. Just like that. And we would just get on the other side. And I guess this part's a little bit finicky, but it's all right. There we go. Get it? So we can have it on both sides, yeah? We got quick wire. And we'll fly right over. And, oh my gosh. Yoink. Takes a little timing, I guess. So we got steel pipe. Now, even though we can easily say, hey, you know what, it's not too hard to memorize what this is, it still takes time to... There we go. It still takes time to navigate through the menu and all that, so I still think this is going to be faster. And this serves well for debugging as well, because you can see it on the back end if we were to hide this. Okay, that's a bit fast. There we go. We got cable. I can imagine this is where everyone who has a hover pack right now is thinking, oh my god, I would just sit right there where it's as stable as a feather and just do the thing. Yeah, I'm not quite there yet. I have not progressed that far. Let's be real. All right. And then we got iron plates. Oh, actually, can I do it from above here? Can I add... Oh my gosh. I don't even have to see it and I can... Oh my gosh. So that means I can iron rod. Wow, that's so much easier. And I could just peer over, select the sign, highlight it, and trust that it took care of business. Wow, that's so much faster. Rather than trying to do some first-person shooter stuff. There we go. So now, look at that. Iron plate, iron rod, copper sheet, copper wire. We got cable, steel beam, steel pipe, quick wire, and then we just need to maybe move that one up. And that one is not too hard. Pop it. That's the sign. There's the sign. There we go. Okay, great. So now, when we connect all of these, we can program them and we'll know what we need to set the settings to, and it'll be easier to determine whether or not something's wrong. There we go. And even if we're off with our analog for the freight platform, ooh, that's not cool. Oh, this is not even lined up. Oh, that's probably the one that didn't snap very well. That's easy enough to fix. There we go. A lot better. Okay, great. Then we just need to connect the top lane, right? There we go. Okay. All right, there we go. So we've got all of these feeding all of these containers. We just need to set the settings. So this one's iron plate. Actually, you know what? If we just copy these through, then we have the general setup. But all we have to do is change iron plate to whatever the icon is on the right side. So that probably will be faster. And obviously we'll need to change that as well. Okay, so if we come out this way, we on the right is going to be encased industrial beam. And we can go pop, pop like that. Here, there's going to be quick wire. There we go. On top, we have do the top row copy. Yep. In that case, I had already entered in the stuff, so here is steel beam. Okay. This is cable. Copper wire. Which is just wire in the database. We have copper sheet. Iron rod. And then just double check plate. We got plate. Perfect. So they're all overflowing and then sending stuff through. And then this last one is just going to be overflow all the way through. Okay, perfect. And then that should sync as long as it has power. Okay. So we now have a very basic primitive setup of our destination. That's awesome. So now for the hard part. Dump a bunch of items at the start to test. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. So we'll go ahead and toss in. Actually, let's break these things up into halves. Yeah. We've got quartz, silica, quick wire, rotors, fuel, copper sheets, encased beams. And we'll just get... So here's the thing. I don't actually want to sync these things. It's not powered, but I also don't want it to get stuck. So just for now, I'm going to take these and just route it into a container so that I don't want to lose it. Nobody needs to lose this right now. I don't want to go back and get stuffs. Here we go. And we'll just sort of loop the overflow here. You know, just trying to think ahead here. Oh my gosh. There we go. All right, let's do it. Obviously, this is in slow mode, essentially. And we'll head out this way. And we'll just store everything. How about that? All right, so what's this look like? This is a really weird setup. We'll go 3. Oh, you know what? We're out already. So I think the most we can do are 2s. I'm out of the steel at the moment. Ooh. We'll see what overflows. Should be, as long as it's not belonging to a container. See, I'm out of that too now. Okay. All this concrete. Oh, I didn't make one for concrete. That's a lot of concrete. And reinforced iron plates, they're all passing through. Well, I mean, that's good news, because I don't have anything for those. I did have them on the list. Ooh, modular frames. Yeah, it's a lot. Oh, we got quick wire. So quick wire and wire and stuff, we do have something for them. So that'll be nice. Yeah, now my kingdom for heading back to get the steel beams. Yeah, it might take a while to scroll to something train car. To sort... Oh, it's sort a train car. Well, I mean, honestly, that's fine. Obviously, we'll have faster belts. I don't have the best belts right now. That's the big problem at the moment. We actually have unlocked conveyor mark 4s, so in theory we could use conveyor mark 4s, which I think move at like 400 and something per minute. So that's helpful. So some of the wires we should see divert. Yeah, so we're getting quick wire down there diverting. Iron rods are passing through. Yeah, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Obviously, I overloaded one side. But I dig it. I dig it. That's awesome. Yeah, that's all the quick wire. Oh, look. Rods are making it through. That's not good. That means I messed up on the rod one. Oh, still... So iron plate. This should be rods. Iron rods. Right output. But they passed through. Overflow. Is this full already? It shouldn't be. So that means those iron rods made it through. Mark 4 is pretty fast. I don't think you have much throughput. Yeah, I probably won't. So quick wire seemed to overflow as well. Is it the top one? Yeah. Well, this quick wire's through. That quick wire's through. Maybe overflow as in, oh, you know what? You know what it is? It's because it's not fast enough, right? You might consider making the sorting a loop. Yeah. The Mark 1 belt. Yep. That's correct, Farfarofa. That's correct, Petrie. Yeah, you are correct. You are correct. So it wasn't that the setting's not correct. It's that it overflowed because it wasn't that this wasn't full. It's just that we couldn't pull it up fast enough. So it's vitally important to have these be really, really our top of the line belts. Yeah. And as far as a sorting loop goes, how would we then sync it out? I mean, I guess we could send it through the beginning again. If it passes all the way through. Top one for rods is strange though. Well, the rods are right here. Is it because I need to reconnect this? Because I just saw rods right there. And those are not going in. Yeah, there's a rod right there. But they're not going up there. It's possible this one is just not connected correctly. I mean... Paste. The splitters in the wrong orientation. Maybe. I'm out of fuel, I realize, because I dumped all of my fuel reserves. So we would need to do... Oh, we're out of concrete because I dumped all of my concrete. Okay. There we go. Well, we have more rods coming through. So hopefully we'll see those rods come up now. There's a rod. Did we change it? Oh, we haven't changed it yet. Hang on. Ah. There we go. Nope, there are rods going through. Oh, wait a minute. This is copper sheets. Okay. So the rods are back here. Nope, they're still going through. And that is indeed iron rods. Man. I think it was in the right direction. Yeah, it looks in the right direction. I mean, what we could do, it's possible that the belts themselves need to be reconnected here, that they're not actually connected to the splitter. That does happen. So maybe now... No, rod's going through. There's a rod right there. Oh, I think it broke it now. think I broke it. No. Copper sheet. Reconfigure it. You replaced it. Well, this iron rod right here. Oh, really? I thought I just did. Okay. There's iron rod. Copper sheet. Copper sheet. Wire. Wire. Okay. Okay, rods are going up. Rods are going up. There we go. I thought I did it, but I guess I must have done it to a different one. Thank you. We don't have one sorting concrete, which is a definite oversight. I definitely wanted I think I have concrete on the to-do list on the right, but the to-do list only shows so many slots because that's a lot of concrete. Okay, so how much do we have left here? Maybe I'll just empty these out. So let's go in and take the rest. I don't want those sorting for forever. And then we'll come over here and we'll just take all the rest if there's anything left. And then we'll go on through and double check what made it through, right? We kind of have an idea of what happened. So we'll just take these, sort from there. Obviously, I want some steel beams. What does it take to make the Mark IVs? I don't think I've ever made Mark IVs, actually, now that I think about it. We've got, oh, encased beams. Wow. Impressive. Well, I mean, we've got some encased beams, so let's, for the throughput, why not? God, those things are massive. See that? That's nuts. In some way, I think it's actually more important. You might even like say that these could be slower. Like you could have conveyor belt Mark 1s, but have the ones that rip off of that line be faster. If you had to prioritize them just to avoid error. I wonder if any made it through. Okay, I have fuel again. We have fuel again. That's phenomenal. Well, I mean, this is not perfect, but it's at least working-ish. Yeah, working-ish. You need to use the same belts into the containers to avoid... Oh, yes. No, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just I'm running out of material. That's the main thing that's going on right now. Okay, so I'll need to get more material. At a minimum, we need to be able to have the Mark III. Encased beams, I actually have a decent amount, just not on me. So here, we'll sort. And I don't feel the need to make them. Let's go ahead and correct that first, because I do want the basic sorting to work. We just need to get over there. So let's just get up onto the zip lines. And this is exactly what I was trying to resolve. What I'm doing right now is what I have to do whenever I build anything, which does take a bit. I mean, it adds up. It adds up. So let's get us a bunch of encased beams and just go hardcore Mark IVs. I guess turning this on wouldn't be a bad idea now. So let's flip the switch on the encased beam production. That gets going. That'll refill. And then we're just going to grab as much of the stuff as possible. Just take it all as we have spots. And then let's go. So we'll let that do its thing, refill. Fortunately, we already have that all set up. I like the fact we have it on a switch. That's really helpful. And there she is, out in that direction. Go ahead and skip the... There we go. Shortcuts. Oh, Vorpal, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I still think we have the best viewers already, but thank you. We'll talk to you later. Or maybe not. Excellent. Okay, here we go. Come on, there we go. Okay, so let's see how it performs with the best belts that we have. This is kind of exciting to me because I have not really ever used these outside of right now. So you're seeing it for the first time, us using the highest tier belts that we control. These things are huge. They're like elephants. Absolutely nuts. Nutty. God, they even have like grippy nodes on them. It's insane. You can use it to run really... Holy crap, no kidding. Are there Mark 5s? I think... There are? Oh my gosh. I cannot even fathom what that would be like. Are they even, like, larger? Look at the grippy... Oh my god, that is fast. So let's do the same thing. Oh, while I was there, I did not even get more pipe. I feel silly. I was right there in the place where all the steel is. Okay, this should be a freaking revelation is what this should be. Okay. So let's toss in cable. We'll toss in encased steel beams. We'll toss in rotors, which do not belong. We'll toss in some steel rods, steel beam, encased rubber, which does not belong. Wire, quick wire. All right, let's see what we got. Oh my god. Wow. I can't even really track the... That boggles the mind. The cables are going up. That's awesome. We'll see if we get any overflow. Looking good. Yeah, that's great. Oh, this is glorious. You know what this reminds me of? One of my favorite things in the whole world as a kid. What the... Okay. It's like the Flash. None of them are going past. Look at that. None of them are overflowing at all. The rubber should. I can't even track... Look at the rubber. Look at the rubber. Oh my god. The Mark 5 is a... No kidding, huh? Well, there. What about the encased beams? There they go. Wow. Oh, that is phenomenal. So I'm assuming... What is this again? Oh, steel beams? Oh, yeah, those are steel beams. Wow. It's like a tread. Is there anything else? No, I'm pretty sure that's empty now. I hope this blur gets fixed for what... I mean, it's awesome. So hang on. So we've got concrete. Yep, none of those. We had no sorting for those. And then at the top... Yeah, I think it works. I think it works. I mean, I definitely want sorting for them. Let's be real, but wow. Oh, look at that. You can tell. Ooh, steel pipe. Yeah, we didn't have any steel pipe. I don't even have any, so that makes sense. And you can tell if they filled because... Oh, no iron plates. Did I throw in iron plates? I had some plates, but well, let's find out. We have 137 plates, so we'll just send that in and watch them go. Well, they're already there. Look at that. Oh my god. Wow. Well, there's 135 and there's 2. So if we take this all, grab that, now we have... Yeah, they all went through. That's awesome. None got lost. That's so fast. The blur might be caused by... I don't know. I think it's cool. Do you not like the blur? I love the blur. To me, it's kind of like... You know, it's like motion blur in a first-person shooter. It reminds me of, like you're the Flash, you know? This was a full stack, so it was 498 plus the 2. Yep, there we go. Got the cables, yeah. There we go. Oh, that is... That was lovely. I am absolutely thrilled by that result. Obviously we want to sort for more, but hey, we actually have the ability to do so. Oh, we're out of room now, huh? Okay, fair enough. I forgot we had stuff in here already. We do have some pipes that we could send, but that's okay. That's okay. Well, tell you what. Let's just... We'll get rid of this and we'll get rid of that because I would like to sort more, but I'm not going to do this right now, but at least we'll be able to have space for it, right? Wow, that's phenomenal. Oh boy. Maybe we'll store some of this here. Grab that. And then, I mean, it's already in central storage, so why not? We'll just grab a couple of sets here. Is that it? Yep, that's it. All right, we got everything. Let's go. Okay, so we might still need to get some stuff now that I think about it. I was back where we have all the steel, and I didn't actually pick up the steel, which was a huge oversight on my part. So let's grab some steel, because I definitely am going to need steel. And yoink. Awesome. So steel pipes were needed. We're going to need train stations and freight platforms at every one of the pickup locations, right? So where are we going to run this rail? I mean, we could run it over here and then through, or we could just run it like a spider web, maybe. But if we do it as a spider web, then it won't form a loop. You know, we'd still want to go on the outside of it. Well, here we've got all the steel beams. Well, actually, they're being passed to make encased steel beams right now. So we'll just grab 2, 3, and 4. So that'll give us... we'll place those back. That's fine. And then we need more steel pipe because we're completely out. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Awesome. Okay. We don't need more deuterium, I don't think. We've got enough quick wire. Okay, great. So what have we really accomplished so far? Well, we've got really fast conveyor belts. That's what we have. If we want to have... Ooh, hello. I might blow these up because I was just going to stop here for a moment. Hey, Arknaut, good to see you. Welcome. Awesome. 1812 Overture here in the Bunny League. You come so far. Oh, hey, Hydrocarbon. Oh, thank you so much. You're very sweet. What I meant is in this stream, but yes, we have come very far, I think. I would agree. I would agree. So I guess the thing is, if we have steel over here, do we want part of the loop to go straight through? So steel is here. I actually might change this because honestly, it doesn't really tell us the right picture, right? So we'll call this, we'll select the factory and we'll say it's steel and apply. So we have a steel factory over here. We've got some random crate over there. We've got sulfur. We don't really need to, I mean, the sulfur's fine. So we'd basically be making a path from here to here, then through here, then through Caterium. So yeah, it would make sense to make some type of railway that goes straight from steel over to this new, we'll just call it sorting for right now. Yeah, it would make sense to make us as straight a path as possible. So right now, there's our steel and there is our, there's our sorting, but we need to come in on the left side, but kind of crossing through here totally makes sense. Yeah. Do you need to steal more steel? Of course we do. Of course we do, yeah. Absolutely. Well, let's see what we got, right? So transport, I mean, we could start with the train station on this side. Actually, you know what? Let's start with the railway. That seems a little less intimidating to me for some reason. And this is going to take steel and steel pipe. So fancy that we're doing that, right? So can we get, if we were to set our railway like this, that'll help us with the, oops, oh my gosh, a railway. Now we want it in that direction. So if we set the foundation now, we want it to kind of match, right? not to the world grid. That's probably good-ish. Maybe there. So now if we were to extend off of this at a diagonal and we put a railway on it, it can actually center on that. Oh, that's phenomenal. Look at that. Oh, whoops. Except without getting maybe too trigger happy. So let's see, we got our railway. I have to say, I actually legit like this music. It sounds like something's up. Like the game's afoot. Like Watson should come out of nowhere and tell us something seems strange. It kind of appears that we're making something a little bit advanced here. What is this? I don't think it's actually the Bunny League. This kind of seems like the game is afoot. Ain't that the truth, Watson? Well, actually, he probably wouldn't be talking to himself that way, but that's all right, yeah. How many feet are afoot? Well, I mean, that sounds like that's an AskJeeves.com question. That's what that sounds like. It's an AskJeeves.com question. That is the truth. Everybody knows that Jeeves loves answering questions like that. It is his pastime. Okay, so we got to go a little bit higher, it appears, yeah. Give a distance. Oh, man. That's what you would ask him, isn't it? I guess we can kind of have it loop on up a little bit. So what one of the bunnies told me is that when it comes to foundations, the ramps are amazeballs. So let's see if we can't maybe get that a little bit higher just to gain that elevation. Double ramps. And we're going to extend this rail. Is that high enough? Looks... I don't know. Find out. Now we have to come in from the left side. So we're gonna kind of need to have... Let's go ahead and... If we're going to make the turn, let's make sure that we've got the right angle first. So let's get the railway, I guess. Not quite close enough. There we go. Choo-choo. Oh my god, we're making this happen. I see railway. Makes me a happy, happy bunny. Whoops. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no, no, it worked out. Worked out. That's good. Come on. We're laying track, bunny. Oh, look at that. It can make it. It can climb. It's the little track that could. Phenomenal. It'd be hard to make teardrops and switches. Teardrops? What are the teardrops? See, I don't even know what the teardrop is. It's all right. One day we'll bump into exactly the need for the teardrop, and next thing you know, we'll already be in the right place, the right frame of mind to make that happen. Putting tracks in the trackless wastes. Yeah, I know. We're making waste by putting out the track. That's kind of how that goes, yeah. We can always adjust this. Okay, so let's get a new angle, yeah. So if we don't want it to snap, but let's say we cross over like that, does that work? Like we kind of say, hey, I want to be heading in this direction. Rail too short. Stack out this way. There we go. We'll come out this way and... Oh boy. Can it line up? Hold up. Let's center so it has a target. Now we'll delete this. And we just need another target. Defeated by turn radius. Ain't that the truth? It's fine. No worries. No bunny ever said that Bunnytopia wasn't built in a day. Actually, I really don't know if a bunny ever said that. Oh, look at that. My god. That's something. That's something. I'll take it. Just has to be functional. I'm surprised it's not taking more steel. Okay, so I guess we could have a... Nope. Station's got to be over there. Station's got to be over there. Bring it through. And then we got to make another turn, right? And we got to choo-choo out this way. Monorail must flow. That's what it feels like. All right, so now we gotta... Is that Mothra? Hey, Mothra. I like that it allows us to 45. I never really thought about that before. Sort of a turn. Pretty sure the train station has to be 3 wide or something. Oh, that's not horrible. And then we can flip it. And as long as we have our... Ooh, you know what? We don't want this because we said we want the train station that way. So going off of the world grid's not going to cut it. All right. It's very close. It's probably good enough at that angle. Lucky height. It is! Petrie, you're right. I didn't think about that. It is a freaking lucky height. That's amazing. Wow. How did we get so lucky? I don't know. Maybe it's because we have such great bunnies here, yeah? Oh, we were so close. We were so close. We were so close. You know what? It's close enough. It's close enough. We don't expect perfection. Oh, yes, we do. Of course we do, yeah. Jinxed it. Oh! We were so close. But you know what? That's the great thing. We can easily 1 meter ramp that, and that's no problem, right? Totally doable. Gotta love it. Okay, so if this is where our train platform is, pave over paradise and put up a train station, that's right. That's the only way to do it. So transport, we want our freight platforms, but we need the train station first. Floor is too steep. We want it heading that away, right? The thing is, if we stop this way, here, I guess here's my question. I want to go that way for Caterium. I guess we'd have to loop the train over the screw facility. Well, that's not a bad thing because we need screws as well, right? So let's slide this through. God, this thing is so wide. Is it? Oh, whoops. Almost fell down. Ooh, I got a little bit of vertigo there. Might want to build from the tower. Oh, yes. Maybe at least from here. Oh, gosh. It's got to be like there. Then we'll be able to get the freight behind it. Because I think it snaps, right? And we want the ports on the right side. Says the floor is too steep. My guess is it needs more foundation. So freight platform. There we go. And we need a little more foundation. Flip around. On the right side, there's a big hole. Okay, awesome. So we can now have 2. Well, we need to maybe fill that in a bit. Fill in the gaps. There we go. Obviously, we'll need to make some adjustments. Mind the gap. Yeah, so when we remove these, we can easily 1 meter ramp to cover the way. So let's just get that filled in so it's aligned with the world grid, yeah. Oh, British. Oh, is that what it is? Can we put the yellow and black little checkers there? I think that would be awesome. We got a 1 meter ramp. Will that snap? Nice. Look at that. It's almost like you can't tell. It's almost like you can't tell. Ain't that the truth? Well, obviously, this was meant to be phenomenal. Great job, bunnies. Great job. What I will do, though, is I'm definitely going to do something like put some railings because I will fall. I will fall. I will fall. Nobody needs to fall here, especially HB. Let's be real. Is this going to be the lead in? Yeah. All right. So it's that wide, huh? That wide? Is there any way that we can, well, I guess let's just run the track and then see what happens. I don't even know what this would even sort of look like, yeah. It's too late to mind the gap. The Argon named Susie didn't and is no more. The Argon? Who's Susie? And why are we not taking care of her? She sounds like a lovely gal. There she goes. All right, so we probably need to start the turn rather early, be my guess. Let's start it from back here. There's the hookup. I wonder how you calculate such a gentle turn. You know what I mean? Like, if we go from here and hook up there. Ooh! Look at that! That's not bad. I'd even say we need to start the turn even earlier. That's impressive. Wow. I mean, this is glorious. I probably want to go to organization here and build the tower like the bunnies were talking about because, my gosh, we need help, yeah? You wouldn't get it. Oh, for Argon, the series is different. All right, we're up. We're up. Okay, much better. Okay, so let's do this. Oh, this is exciting. I am so excited, and I cannot hide it. Well, let's get some kind of... Oh, we can't rotate? Can we rotate? Oh. Come on, guy. Come on, guy. There we go. Maybe there. That is a really gentle curve. What's that look like? That's not bad. Other than the fact that it doesn't have anything supporting it, that's not bad. Holy moly. Wow, I'd kind of like to fix the other one too. That's really nice. I'm impressed with us. My God. And oh yeah, there we go. Slide in through the rails we like. Unless you played the series I mentioned, you won't get the reference. When you say the series, is it, you mean British Metro? Is that the one you're talking about? Here we go. Look at that. Oh, that's a beautiful curve. Wow. Sometimes you just need a little bit of distance, right? Oh my God, I can't wait until it trains on this thing. Oh, glorious. You know what I really liked? Metro Exodus. But I'm assuming that's not what you're talking about. Metro Exodus was awesome. Look, I love this little guy. All right. I can almost feel it right now, yeah? It's a sci-fi for... Oh, gotcha. And that's the British Metro. I thought you were talking about the actual like metro system in Great Britain. X series is a space sim... Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I had no idea. You are correct. Okay, so how do we... I mean, we do need it to come up. So what we can do is maybe build the destination, and we might have to already start making changes from farther away. So transport freight platform. Oh, no, but they make you do the train station first. So let's just hold it. We would need it to be coming from the... Actually, you know what? If the train is heading towards our central storage from steel, then we need it to have passed through from the opposite side. So that's maybe not good if the train station's here. It might want to be over there so that it can loop over to the Caterium. So I think we have the train station in the wrong place. So let's correct this. Let's correct this. Okay. It's a good thing that we're realizing this now. There we go. And we will clear that bit. We'll probably want to loop that direction, yeah? So maybe we'll extend, kind of come down this way, yeah? So if we were to do that, we can go foundation and 4 meter. Maybe come down one more. And we'll do a little the same here. Or you make a teardrop behind the station and... Oh, I see what you're talking about. We're talking about like you go... Oh, I know. Like this. So you got your burb. This is gonna be the train, okay? So it goes like this. Here's the steel station. It goes chuck, boop. Drops off the stuff. Awesome. Or pick up the stuff. And then it goes like this. Ooh. And then goes back the other direction on the same rail. Is that what you're talking about? You're using the exact same railway that you got, but you sort of loop like that and then connect back in. Something like that. Ah, okay. That's what a teardrop is. Okay, cool. The simplest way. Because I was thinking we would make a loop like this, right? So we've got our sort. So we've got our train station here. Oh, wow. You can even see the train station already. So it's probably making a line like this. And then we come around for Caterium. And then we have a train station on the backside here for the main hub. So the train will go like this. Like that. We'll make that loop. If that makes sense. Yeah. We could do that. The thing is, it's only unidirectional, so it's not like you always have to go through all the stops. That's the big problem. We don't have railway going both ways. So I guess if we had it where it did have a teardrop and the railways were unidirectional. Question actually. So here's, if we look at the train station now, you see how it has a direction on it? Would that mean that if we teardrop and come around the opposite way on the railway, it won't let us dock at the station anymore, or no? That part I'm not entirely sure, yeah. Because... Or would we need another train station right next to it facing the opposite direction? Who knows, yeah. It only stops in that direction. Oh, okay. So I think a loop might be, in a way, easier to pull off. All right, cool. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So let's get some foundation and we'll just kind of get this set up here for another train station. What we can do to test it, because I think it'll take a while to build the whole loop. Actually, it may not. I don't know. We'll have to find out, yeah? First things first is we want... Where's the Caterium? It's out this way. So we definitely want to run our rail through here. So we might need to do that 45. And then line her up again. Well, I'm actually not sure. get the railway. $45. Let's go with there's the Caterium. So we probably want the straightaway here. Nope, not yet, actually. Well, actually, it's not going to go through this right here. I was always worried about going through that thing, right? It's just going to go right by it, and that's not horrible. We don't have any, like, vertical clearance, right? Is that a slug? Or is that a... No, that's a flower. It's a flower. Okay, so let's just... We'll get a railway here. If it'll let us. Oh, there we go. I'm so glad it doesn't just come... The railways just don't bleed way more steel out of us. Because I had a feeling that it might be the case, but... We had like 800 steel pipe and steel beam, but doesn't seem to be the case, yeah? Let's go with... We'll have the rail out this way. And that way, if we ever build out there, then in theory, we'd be able to pick stuff up as well. We can probably start to drop elevation, but we'll figure that out once we get there. Because we're going to start to occlude... Oops, hello. We're going to start to intersect with a lot of our zipline paths. But I guess it doesn't really matter because railways become our power towers, kind of. We're a little bit tall, I'll be perfectly honest. A little bit tall, so we might have to drop elevation. I'm just not sure what elevation we need to be over there. And I'm so glad we have all the concrete now. Woo! Zipline. Yeah, definitely need to be lower. If we figure out the desired height now, then it's going to be okay. We can figure that out. So let's go for vertical mode. We'll have... The main hub is there. So maybe the... If the main hub is that way, then we already start to peel off in that direction. So we go like that, yeah? So let's drop all those. Obviously, this will need to be lower. And I think there was a hog that wanted to say hello. Is that right? Hey, guy. Awesome. That just equals more tickets for us. Phenomenal. How was that as a height? It's not too far off, actually. Not too far off. So this will tell us something. Because if we know where the station's supposed to be, then we can already start to drop that elevation gently over that amount of time and come underneath the zip lines. And I think that'll just be really, really nice to have. I don't want these going in that direction, so let's get rid of those. So from here, there's the quick wire. And we can have a station. It'll well, if it's coming out in that direction, maybe we need to angle it a little more. So we'll have our station kind of maybe coming along in the diagonal this way, and then that way it's able to loop a little better. So we're talking about something like that, you know? I like how earlier I was saying, oh, let's do like a, you know, maybe we won't do the whole loop first. And here I am already trying to figure out the whole loop. It's because I can't think past what it is that I'm doing. I just got to do it. I don't know if that makes sense. All right. You can already see the screw production in the distance there. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Here we go. Train station. It's got to head that direction. We're going to just place that for now. Walk out of the way. Looks like we can yoink. Get on up. And then she'll loop kind of... I'd rather that be over to the right, actually. Some more. It's getting early here. Need to sleep a bit. See y'all later. Petrie, thanks so much for your help. I hope you have a really good rest, and we'll catch you another time, yeah? It's always nice having you here. All right. We're gonna build it a little more to the right so that we can start that curve off a little bit sooner. Yeah, yep. High five, man. Have a good night. There we go. All right, so let's try this again. We're actually running lower on concrete now. Obviously, we're not going to keep all of this out there. It's just for planning purposes. We do want this to come a little bit past. How about there? And then we'll extend off the back of it, and that'll tell us something about needing to turn the entire railway. There we go. All right. So we want that freight platform just coming in that way. Look at that. That snapped very quickly. And we're short one heavy modular frame. That's totally fine. I mean, I suppose we could make that. That's not a problem. Well, I don't know. Do we have enough right here? We might have to go back. Fortunately, it's not going to be too hard because we actually have these giant floating walkways in the world. We can do one heavy modular frame. That's perfect. Get in that second of the freight platforms here. I don't think we need that many freight platforms. I don't think we need... How much can a freight car carry? Do we need to have 2 freight platforms each? We might be able to get away with just the one. This has 32 slots. The locomotive has no slots, so we'd have 64 slots. That's a lot. I don't think we need... I think we can get away with 1 freight car for now, but I guess it's good that we are making space for 2. So we'll get back to that one. Well, I guess we should probably plan for it anyway. Okay, we'll plan for it. We'll just snap that on the end there, and then we just don't have to use it, right? We can just do the one. So in theory, on this side, yep, we've got the ports on that side. That works out. And we'll just make sure they extend as far as the... Oh, we're out of concrete. Yoink. There we go. Clear it. Clear it. Clear that. All right. So, let's get up top. Yeah, we're going to have to come out at a different angle for sure. So we're going to claim some of our concrete, reclaim it. And we got to start this descent a little bit sooner. So let's get rid of the vertical stack. So maybe what we can do is build from down there. Because then we'll actually come up instead. And we'll know that we've got the right angles and turns and all of that. Yeah. Probably don't want to get rid of the power lines. All right, here we go. I think we have sufficient... Actually, you know what? Let's just cut this down to make it so much easier. Hey, guy. Thank you for your service. Always could use a little more fuel anyway. Appreciate it. All right, let's do it. Oh, look at that. There's a tree right in the middle. Okay. Where'd you come from? Oh, there you are. Wow, looks like we got a hole. Train runs fine with the power lines there. Yeah. Well, I mean, just because of the angle of the station, it looks like we gotta kind of go a little wide around it anyway. So what I'm talking about is... because of this angle, it's going to send us on this side, and I had it on that side before. So let's just we'll build from here we'll kind of go just past the tower, and then we'll start to elevate coming on up. Yeah. Yeah, looks like we gotta have the 3, right? So let's get our railway. Track needs to be electrified. Yes, it does. But I think it sounded like the track already had its own power, but I don't know how that works. So, I mean, it'll be nice to find out, yeah? So we'll get our ramp, and we'll double, nope, not 2. We want the 4. And we're gonna come up. Because this seems to be right on the intersection, so we're gonna need to build this 2 wide. But let's go ahead and take care of the connection first, right? So let's start turning it. I guess we got to come up flat first. Yeah, kind of at this height works. Track acts as a power line. That is really exciting. Okay, so we've got a railway heading out. Actually, you know what? We can just use the singleton. Then we don't have to worry about using too much concrete. And let's see if this will connect. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I mean, that'll work. That'll work. That's nice slope. Wow. I don't know why. That is so pleasing. That is so pleasing. I've been so worried about doing this. Just because it seemed so intimidating. And it is, I guess, a pretty big undertaking, I would suppose. But it's pretty awesome. Alright, let's go in and start to raise elevation one more time. I think that is sufficient. And then we might be able to connect them. Although actually, we don't need to. We were talking about how low do we need to be. And that is kind of high underneath the power line. So maybe we just don't change the elevation. We just change the angle and run underneath that and then pick up the concrete as we go. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think we're going to do that. So we'll just go ahead and have our turn. And extend out this way. This is an odd... How can you get the angle that you want? I guess it's like this, right? Like I want this angle, which is right overhead. So all I need to do is stack underneath it. I guess we could do the vertical. And get rid of the ones on top. Like that. And then we'll try to connect. Oops, not vertically. There we go. That's on the level. That's on the level. So let's clear that out. I forgot I'm not vertical. There we go. Zoop that in. It's like slightly off. There we go. And let's run with this. There we go. Feels kind of real. So we can already see, need to chop some things down. Fortunately, we've got some biofuel close enough for a government contractor. You think so? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, perhaps. I guess it depends who the supervisor is, if they're looking it over and whether or not I'm a cousin, right? Maybe if I'm a cousin, it's fine, you know? Might be able to get away with it. Who knows? It's just a little off. It's just like a few meters. Third cousin? Twice removed? Yes. All right. Although now that I'm looking at it, what's the level? There's already a railway up here. Okay, so we do need to elevate a little bit, so we might as well take this opportunity to do so. So let's get our 4-meter double and come on down. Hey, Ferranantes, good to see you. Welcome. You're joining us right now. We're currently setting up a railway. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, let's go ahead and build out this curve. It's going to be pretty nice. It would have been nice to kind of pass it through the side here between the tower and the edge there. But this is fine. Oh, it's actually, yeah, that actually would be nice. That would be nice. Small change in plan. Now we'll get, oh, transport railway, snap her through, and then attach from here and see what we get. Heck yes. Ooh, negative. Yeah, it's off just because I think it might be too long. Is that right? Nope. That's beautiful. Obviously, we need to build out some more and clear this. But since it's parallel, it's not too big of a worry. Okay. Get our concrete back. Guess we could start to turn a little sooner. Have a little bit of a zigzag here. All right, railway. And then we'll have another set right here. What's it look like to attach to that? Too long? Great. Look at that. That's nice. I love the curves that it makes. I like it. It's so gentle. Oops. And up. Now all we have to do is connect it to the station. Which is... Did we build one over there? I don't think we actually built the station, right? We just kind of had the track. Ooh, that's a nice track. I think we might have some guests. Oh, it's Mr. Bean. Oh, and a lizard doggo. That'd be so cool to have a lizard doggo on the train. You build them a little quarters there. All right. Oh, there we go. We can probably already start to hook these up. I didn't realize that that was so close. Ooh, so close. Hold. There we go. Missing concrete. Okay. Fair enough. And a singleton. And now we can extend. So let's build. Guess we'll extend this just a tad because it's a little too far away. Oh, that's not it. There we go. That should be close enough. We can start that a little farther back. Maybe even during the climb. Maybe not on the climb. Let's let it straighten out by itself first. Then we'll send it over. How's that? Curious. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I was hoping that it wouldn't have the little sway and the wiggle in it, but it's all right. It's all right. And we'll just send her through. This barely uses any steel at all. It's kind of insane. Obviously, we got this platform here, so in theory, we could run it wide out this way and then come in. That might be how we have to do it, because you can see the tracks coming out this way, right? So we're gonna have, unless the platform is here, way out here. It's not that far, honestly. It's really not that far. So if we were to connect these, what would that even look like? Is it going right through the power tower? It's not too far away. I guess the one thing is, it seems like the railway, you know, they don't really work too well with sharp turns. So if we wanted to actually pass it through a station here, we would probably need to snip that a little bit and then extend it out earlier and come around this way in order to pass through. I think that might be the more elegant solution. So let's do that. Let's do that. It's not like we're elegant out here, but you know, sorry, Bean. You're tall enough. You'll survive. I believe in you, Bean. There we go. There it is. What about a siding? What do you mean? You mean like on the sides of the railway? Like to extend it and make it kind of extend, come up? So just to let you know that I'm going to try to do all of this before the end of Wednesday, when I'll stop playing SatisFactory. And not stop like forever, just stop. We'll change and stream a different game. So I'm just trying to make it as simple as possible to accomplish that task. But, you know, I don't know if we'll be able to do it if we try to make it too fancy. So we got our train station. Honestly, if it's going to be angled like this, we kind of have to be out farther. So I think the train station is going to have to be out here. And we're going to have to axe the railway this way and start to curve it around the outside. Split off a track and connect it back in. Split off the track and connect it back in. Oh, like if you don't want to stop at the station, then you can do that, like that. We need a third line, I think. Train station. Hold. And nudge. Oh, we're out of modular frames. That's why. That's why. Okay, so we actually need probably 12 of them. So let's get over to our production. We'll go to the craft bench. And it honestly might not be a bad idea to revisit and stock up. And we've got 8, so we can just do like the 2. We don't have to do the full double freight platform, etc. Because we will need all 8, and that might use up all the resources that we have. We got a lot of space. I'm so impressed that we're able to get that many inventory slots. That's awesome. Close. Train station. Transport train station. Going to place that down. We are having it this way. Just got to make sure that the train can actually pass on through, and the locomotive will stop a little bit past the front. Slider. And then we'll get the freight platforms to be more in line with what we're looking at. And we need concrete now, more frames, etc., etc. Okay, so it looks like we're going to need to stock up. So let's head on back. Fortunately, we've got these very handy walkways and things like that. How are we doing on steel? We actually have a good amount of steel product. And when it comes to the encased beams, we have it at our current central storage, so we can always revisit that. I don't want to pull too much away from the beams here because the encased steel beams are completely dependent upon whether or not we're saturated before we can create the regular steel beam product. So we'll just kind of come through and follow the lane. Look at that. Ain't that a trip? So fortunately, we have all of our steel needs covered. We don't really have any Caterium ingot needs. So it's just a matter of getting inventory space and making sure that we've got the basic products. And most of the basic products are all back at the hub, which is phenomenal. I mean, okay, so this is not the prettiest. If we just look at the railway, it is. So I'm thinking what we could do, obviously having the concrete there, the concrete foundation on the side is really, really nice. I like it. But maybe to make this simpler, we could just get some type of industrial beam and then place it at certain intervals along the way. And then we'll be able to kind of just have, you know, just the railway on its own. Yeah. Just for expediency. Yeah. You could build a train and ride it back out. That's true, but we would need the things that we're trying to get in order to build it. So that's the big one. And we don't actually have any power going, and it's not actually hooked up in any functional way at the moment. So we got grass, woods, double check on biofuel 108. Excellent. We have the pedals, and the pedals are used for, I think, the markers, like the colored cartridges. So we can get those set. We can burn this down into a protein card. So we got hog protein here. We'll go in and deposit these. So we got hog protein. We've got some of the color cartridges. We'll just sort. There we go. Excellent. We've got a lot of powder that we don't need at the moment. Let's see. We got the steel beams. We could use more modular frames for sure. We do actually need to make a good deal of heavy modular frames, so that's something to keep in mind. Motors, we'll just stock up there, top that off. We can get rid of some of the rotors, just pass off the extra 2 for inventory space. We can grab in a couple of stacks of frames and then get rid of the last 2 right there. As far as the reinforced iron plates, we'll just build up to 2 stack. That should be fine. For the rods are fine. For our copper sheets, I guess we could top it off. It's not a big deal. Yeah. I think our iron plates are okay. Here we go. So we've got our copper sheets. We have our cables. Cables we can just top off to 2 stack. And then we have enough wire. Screws, we are out of screws. So we're definitely going to need screws for the heavy modular frames. And we've got our entire screw factory up above. Yeah. Pedals are used for pedaling. Oh my. That I don't know. Maybe they peddle goods and wares. You never know. They kind of take care of it on their own. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. That's right. That's right. All right, so we just need to pick up copious volumes of screws. Mind you, this whole time we're in a bit of a power deficit, but that's why we've got the biomass burners to cover the extra. Okay, so we're gonna grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can't even get 6, so let's just build those heavy modular frames here because we use so many screws. It's 100 per frame, yeah? So we can make 20. 20 seems sufficient-ish. I don't know if it's enough. Like where are we left off? It's 5 per. So really the modular frames themselves are holding us back. So that's a bottleneck. But we actually have a whole stack of modular frames just on the hill right next to us. So I'm not too worried about that part of it. Like ideally we'd have a stack of 50 heavy modular frames. That would be phenomenal. I mean, they build so quickly anyway, so it's totally fine. And that's not bad actually. We started at 2. It's now like 3 hours in. And we were able to make a very, very, very simple sorting basis. And then we're also able to get a couple of stations set up-ish. I think what'll be interesting is if we only have to power at one point on the railway, and then that takes care of the rest of it, right? So we've got 20 heavy modular frames. Right now, screw-wise, we have 1 stack of screws, so we should probably get some more. 2, 3, and 4. That way we have a good 1,500, or no, 2,500 screw. And we're just going to go in and stop off, get some more modular frames. We might as well just not get backed up or bottlenecked by the lack of heavy modular frames. So we can take care of that now. That's going to help us out a great deal, right? So modular frames themselves are being produced right here, so no worries at all about depleting this. We'll go in and get 150 and let's make some more. We can make 11. So we're getting stopped up now by the encased beams, I think, which isn't a problem either because we've got them up at the steel beam manufacturing or at our central storage, soon to be central storage, right? So it's going to take us out to, maybe we can stop at 40. I think 40 should be sufficient, and then we'll just top off everything and we'll continue building. That way we can potentially get a little bit farther. So we do need our encased beams. So we're just going to swing on over to the neighboring central storage, or soon to be central storage, and then we'll just kind of go from there. So you can kind of see it right there. Our track all laid out there. That's going to be so cool. Man, what's it going to take to make the train? So it's down this way. There we go. We have a good, decent chunk here. Get a couple of 100, why not? And crafting bench. What do we got? We can make 7 more. And then we're getting bottlenecked by steel pipes. Steel pipes. Fair enough. We got to go back to the steel area anyway, because that's where we're building our train station. So that works out very, very nicely. And that puts us right over 40. We're at 42. So perfect. Let's go. So now we head back where we're going to make our train station, which is phenomenal. We have enough concrete. We haven't actually picked up like everything, but we've got enough. And like Arknock said, don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. So off we go. In theory, and as long as we've got that line going and the organization set up at the central storage, it's easy enough to have a second row on the opposite side, and we don't even have to really build new infrastructure other than the containers and the belt splitting off of it, as long as they're like that Mark IV. And with all the encased beams, my gosh, easy, super easy, yeah? Okay, so we are back. We just need to make our freight platforms. It's right here. We want them to face the right way. Let's get that built. Obviously, it's having a little bit of an issue that it's not being supported well, foundationally speaking, right? So we might as well take care of that for it. There we go. Send that through. And we'll kind of get that supported on the side here. And once again, love the jetpack. We just need one more if we plan on running up to 2 carts. But starting off, we'll just run 1 cart, even though it's like 32 slot. Well, no, we can run 2. I think it'll be really cool because then we get to see a little more of it morph and move around corners and stuff like that. I can understand why they'd want very, very, very gently sloped turns. There we go. Great. So now we can connect this to the rail line, and this should make a lot more sense. Yeah. So let's go and cut this a little shorter here. There we go. Railway is a little shorter, and now pull that back. Maybe from here we can come on through. Railway. Move centrally with it. And then try to attach these together. Missing steel pipe. Oh, that's right. We are at the steel area. We needed to get that anyway. I totally got sidetracked as soon as I saw this train station. Fortunately, we got a lot of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Got a lot of steel pipe now. And as far as beams, we can grab maybe 1 more stack. There we go. So that'll cover our railway needs as far as like, because we need both of them in order to make railway. So let's attach it. Heck yes. So this is now connected back over to central storage. So that's phenomenal. So that's coming on through. It'll park. Look at that. Fix it 20 ton. Hamburg. Wow, it's like all German. And then we can loop this around. Oops. Hello. And let's come around that way. And we'll connect from this side somehow. Yeah. Maybe instead of having to curve out there, we'll guide in. So let's cut these out. Because I can already imagine the entry point, right? Clear the lane. And all we have to do is get the piece that's dead center here. And connect this to that. Oh, interesting. I guess we'll start even farther back, yeah? Railway here. And try to connect. Too long. Now try it. Still too long. That'll work. I'll take it. It's not too shabby. Not too shabby. And we're just gonna loop this around to the front of this station. And I think if we try to make that turn already, that's pretty nice. Although I have to say, I don't know if it's a good idea to be parked and then immediately come out into a turn. So maybe we'll just give it a little bit of runway. There we go. So they can come out and then start the turn. That's not bad. Not bad. Okay. So let's think. We've got, let's say it's not hooked up yet, but we've got a station here. We'll just follow the railway. And eventually we can clean up and put in supports and stuff like that, but I just want something that works. So we got a railway, it's moving, it gets on over, it stops over at the Caterium. Then we just need to loop back on the hub and then hook it back up to the front of the station over at Central Storage. And that's a full loop. That would be nuts. I can't believe that. I mean, obviously we've got some, maybe some artifacts coming off the edge here, but that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Remember what we said? Don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. Ain't that the truth? All right, looking... I was going to say looking good. All right, I'll just get that one and get that. Yep, no worries. No problems here. There we go. So then it comes through. It's got 2 places for offloading. And we got to curve this around and head back on over to the hub, right? So let's get the central point here. It looks like it's got to be too wide. Too wide to crew. And we're going to ride that right out. Curious if we can make that tight of a turn. I don't know if it's possible. We'll have to see. Into the front of it. Yeah, looks like we can. And right after I said I don't like the idea of needing to park the train and immediately turn, but hey, it is what it is. All right, we got enough concrete. We need to go through our secondary, like our, I was gonna say iron area, but I'm talking mostly about the screw factory. Let's clear the way. And there we go. So the very last place to clear is right in front of us. We're going to run right by the hub. That's going to be one train station, and then we're going to run right through. But we're not going to build a train station over at the screw factory. Well, do we need the screws? Nope. Don't worry about that right now. We're just going to do the pass by the hub with a train station, and then that's it. I'm not... we can always insert another train station when needed. We're trying to stay as straightforward as possible. So I guess the question is, where do we build the train station? We could have it here. That's actually, yeah, that's not a bad spot to have it. I dig it. And we can just start to decline and come on down and then build it a little bit lower, like maybe at that level where the hypertube is. Yeah. I think that'll work out. Yeah, that works. Bring it all the way through there and then extend it. And now it'll actually line up on the world grid here. We just need it to go back a bit because of all of the freight ports. So let's get over. We'll do the train station. It's got to face over to the right. We'll just hang tight there, get out the way. Nudge her over. And yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Then go ahead and freight platform. We want the ports on this. Do we want the ports on this side? Yes. Yes, we do. So we'll flip them. And we'll do the same. There we go. That'll work. And then we'll just hook up the railway here. We'll give it a little bit of runway. And then start to turn it. Have them connect. There we go. So now we have a bit of an elevation change. We'll let it take care of it. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, I have a feeling without the foundation, I mean, probably end game, like if we were doing this and making it look really nice, it would look better with the foundation. But I have a feeling when we remove the foundation, it's going to look really nice. All right, so here's our train station. Now we just got to loop it through and connect it to the front, and we're done. Well, I mean, other than make sure that it has power and stuff like that. But oh, and have an actual engine. The engine is the cool part. Oh my god. Holy moly. This is like a freaking dream, is what it is. Can't skip steps. What about the steps? Oh, you mean like actually having a train to drive? That's one step. You're right. We can't skip that one, unfortunately. We actually need that one. Foundation. Let's come up. We're gonna rise. How steep is the 8-meter ramp? Oh, that's not bad. It's not horrible. Engine and freight car. Yes, that's right. Engine and freight car. Absolutely. So maybe what we can do is come in from the train station right there. You know what? Is this facing the wrong way? I think this is facing the wrong way because I have the train going this way, but I have all the stations going that way. So I think the train's going to be coming in from the right. So I'm going to move this over just so it's facing the same way. I don't think we've got to move the freight platforms at all. So flip it. There we go. Hold. And nudge. There we go. I don't know if that's connected because I saw it kind of overlap with the railway. So let's cut the railway and then we'll rebuild it and attach it. And hopefully that's going to mean that that's okay. I'm going to cut the freight platform and then put it back in. Oh, except with the ports on the right side, just to make sure that it knows that it's attached, you know. There we go. And then I'll do the same with this one just so we're not running into any sort of weirdness. There we go. Perfect. Now let's build the railway off of this. And I'm pretty sure this will inform us whether or not we need to elevate or something like that, yeah? Because there we go. So we'll kind of come through and wrap up and around. Flip it. There we go. We will peel over to the right side. Maybe we'll have like a split here or something like that in the future because we do have our Blue Lagoon factory out there. And maybe we can go like right overhead here. Or do we go out back? We can go around the back. We can go around the back. That way we're also close to the coal facility. And we'll go right over the doggos. Our doggos are there. Wouldn't that be crazy? We go right over the factory itself. All right. I don't know if that makes for the best working conditions, but look at the doggos. Hey, doggos. Yeah, maybe we need to go up. Let's get the elevation ramps here. And we're going to start to rise. 2 might be enough. Maybe one more. Awkward. Maybe a little bit higher off of the factory ceiling. I'm sure it's up to code. We don't have to worry about that. Yeah, it's fine. We just have to go up 2 here. 1 and 2. Then it will line up. There we go. Great. All right. Let's get our rails. Transport, railway. We'll lay the rail above first. And you can kind of see the railway coming up in the distance there. So we're almost at the point where we're connecting. Just got to come down. This is starting to look a lot like a roller coaster. It legit is looking like this is supposed to be a roller coaster and not an actual train line. You know what we should do is freaking build the factory around the train. Like, let it pass through the factory. That would be hilarious. I'm sure that goes against some kind of code, but you know, this is our world. We do what we want. You know what I mean? We do what the heck we want. My God. Why wouldn't we? Seems silly not to, really. It abides by our own safety code. It's what I always say. Railroad track too long. Factory is props for the coastal train. Yeah. There we go. Ooh, it's I don't know about that. Let's maybe let it go out a little wider here. Tells us something. Not it. There we go. And connect. There we go. Uh-oh. That tells me a crash. Oh, we got a crash. Okay. That's fine. So we got a little bit of a crash there. It's fine. Hopefully it's not too far back. I'm curious how far back we are. I know we've been getting some auto saves pretty regularly, so I don't think it should be too far back, but hopefully we've got the railway above the factory. I'm sure that's like the most important part. So what do we got here? Cross your fingers. I'm hoping it still has the railway that goes over the factory, or maybe it's trying to tell us something. Where are we? Did we at least put... Oh, man. We did not build any of that? Oh, really? How far off are we? Uh-oh. Well, at least... So the train station, I think, is facing the correct way now. So that's like a plus. That's troubling. So that means that at least we built the railway track on the opposite side. So that's a plus, yeah? Okay, good. Good. Well, let's just, I guess, continue out. Oh, we got to go back in zoom mode. And we'll start to turn. There. And flip. I think out that way. Well, let's see what we got. All right, I guess we'll just run the rail and then save and run the rail and save. All right, what do we got, guy? If you're going to have this many crashes, might be a good idea. Oh, no, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's just, you know, it's not... Yeah, anyway. I don't always foresee everything. So sometimes I don't do certain things, and it's only really apparent in hindsight. So I hear you. Let's get this squared off here. And we'll attach the two pieces. That looks pretty okay. I saw it maybe had like a blocking signal or something in there. And we'll attach those. Yeah, it keeps getting the squigglies whenever you are not... Keeps getting the squigglies when you have shorter segments, but if you do that, then it's this nice clean arc. So the longer that you can get away with, I think the better. So maybe what we can do... No, it's too far. This only goes this far, so we'll have one in the middle. Attach like that, and then get this one. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. So we'll get a save. Man, we're so close. We're so close. We have some basic setup for central storage, and we have almost a loop. We almost have a loop. It's almost there. My God. I think the thing is just figuring out how to get this rail to line up a little better. Maybe like, oh yeah, we can do that. Just come right off the building. That works probably a little nicer. Then we know we're squared with the building when we go over it. So we'll grab the rail, we'll get up on top. I mean, I guess we do probably want it to go a little above the rail, but at least we've squared it off with a building, so that's a plus. So we can stack them. And then we'll just build off of here and then let it come up naturally, and then we'll see what it has. All right, so what do we got now? It's a bit steep, but it can do it. All right, we'll just select it. There we go. All right, there she goes. All right. So now we just connect the two pieces. There we go. And we start the roller coaster, okay? I think what we can do is, as soon as this is all laid out, like on the next stream, we're just like cleaning it up, you know? right, so we got a rail there. We got to start turning already. There we go. All right, rails. Too sharp a turn. Got to start it a little bit farther back. There we go. Oh, there's the other end. Look at that. You can see it. Oh my gosh, we can see it. There's the other end. Holy crap. It's happening. All right. Too steep. Okay, so maybe it doesn't like the 8 meter. We can get away with the 4 meter at the most. Okay. 6. We'll go with the 2. This is really a roller coaster. Okay. And almost I can sense it. Come on. It's a little hard from that angle, so let's come up. Come on. Come on. Oh, it kind of meets. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Can you hook up? Invalid aim. All right. Whoa. Yeah, that's quite... This is like Laguna Seca. Okay, so that might be a little too steep. Let's just bring it up maybe like halfway up the ramp. Maybe like there. Wow, Mothra is insane. The oral displacement's insane. At least it's a little more gradual. And we've hooked up a loop. We did a loop. Holy moly. We got a loop. That's incredible. Oh, wait. There might be a little break in the track. Yeah. There we go. Not quite. Yeah, we were close. We were close, Ramrod. You're right. Okay, so obviously it doesn't have power. We don't, you know, lots of stuffs, but we kind of have a loop. So let's just double check the directions, yeah? Holy loop, Batman. Ain't that the truth? Well, let's just get this. Oh, so awesome. I mean, obviously we need all kinds of stuff. Can we ride the train? Well, we need the train. We need the train. We need power. So we've got our towers and everything. How do we... Oh, whoops. I did not. Whoops. Turn around. Don't turn around. Oh, uh-oh. There we go. Maybe it's a little too close to the hyper tubes. Can we send power there. We can. So what's that mean now? Station has a nub. So does this just power this station? Does every station need a nub? This is going to be nuts. I'm curious if powering one station powers the whole line. The whole rail is the power line. Yeah, but I mean, like, do we have to power? Oh my God, it's yellow. So it has power too. So we only have to hook it up to one place. Oh, we might be missing a little bit here. My bad. It's fine. Rail track too short. Okay. I got it. There we go. The whole rail is power line. Name the stations. Well, one thing at a time. If we hook up, that's the station. Do we need to hook up a station? Is the real question. I mean, either way, it is hooked up now. Just make sure that there's actually rail. We might have had a little bit of a, shoddy construction. Station can be powered to a new area. That's super exciting. I think I just mean, like, if we power up one station out of, let's say, like 5 on the same loop, and it's the only one connected to power, then is every station now powered? The fact that I see like a yellow light on this station over here, even though I haven't technically connected it to power, tells me that they're all powered. Oh, that's phenomenal. I almost think it might just be nice to have that one hooked up, and then because this one seems to make sense, and then everything else is kosher. Yeah, that's heading in the right direction. We actually have a contiguous rail. You can get rid of the towers and run power through the rails. Yeah. Although having the zip line's kind of nice, but yeah, we'll deal with that again. So far, looks like everything's connected. So we're gonna need to make an engine, yeah. Wow. Oh, whoops, get rid of that. Okay, so do we have to, can we change the names from one place? No. Be sure to have your fix-it badge ready at all times. So this is going to be central storage. Wow, that's so cool. Timetable. Whoa. Train station central storage. Oh, so we can change them here? Or it just tells us what they are. Oh, dread. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so if we wanted to make a train, electric locomotive, we need computers. We have computers. Let's go get them. Amaze balls. Look at that. Le hub. Oh my God. What a beast. Okay, so we'll take a stack of computers, please, to go. Can I have that to go? Here, we need more space. Have the wood. Have all the things. Keep the pedals so we can make color cartridges. There we go. Got gunpowder. We have compacted coal. Can I give compacted coal to one of you? Is that cool? Can I take this? Give you that. Take that away. You don't burn on it? Alright, fair enough. You are so fancy, I have to say. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how you come up with all these fancy umlauts and stuff like that. Good for you. Run tubes to the station. When you say tubes, you mean like hyper tubes to the station? What was I doing? I was getting... We were renaming the station. That's what we were doing, right? So up we go. There she is. Okay. So this would be central hub, hyper tubes to the stations, as in but where would they be running from? Like just have them, you mean like where you get off at the station and then hypertube to the actual base area? You can ride a train to do that. Oh yeah, we got computers. Well, electric locomotive. Oh my god. Wow. In the blueprint designer, you can create a rail pillar with hypertube mounts on top. Oh yeah, now we're getting too fancy though. This is gonna get wiped and I need to do everything before the end of Wednesday. Central storage to station. Oh, call this, you mean? Well, let's see. Let's get in. Can we color this whatever we want? Red one, blue one. What about deep blue? Ooh, a blue train. Oh my god. Oh my, the little boy wants to. Ooh, a red one. Red ones go faster. Brake. Oh, okay. So wait, we need freight, right? Red is faster. Red is faster. Holy crap. Freight car, freight car. Oh my god. Wait, how do we? Oh boy. Yes. How does this work? Freight car. Freight car. So do we just need to back into it? Oh my god. Really? Really? Okay, go forward. High five. Holy moly. Whoa. Can I? Oh, yes. Holy crap. Let's go. Sorry, guys. I know you're making screws, but you're all screwed. Wow. Third floor. So that was central storage. Twains. God, it's so cool. Hamburger Hauptbahnhof. Well, this is steel. The steel mill. Okay, let's hold. Look at the braking. Oh my god. Oh yeah, it takes a while. Whoops. Yep. Taking a little bit here. All right, we'll be back. Hang tight there. Wow. That's so cool. I'm totally in danger walking on these electrified rails. Yes. This is something I've really been wanting. Okay, so this is the steel mill. Oh my gosh. Wow. Such incredibles. Heck yes. From what I can remember, the highest speed anyone has reached in a train is 700 kilometers. Is that just from going downhill from an incredible height? Can you have two? Is there any benefit from having two trains? Like two electric locomotives driving each other? Yeah. And this would be the Caterium. Oh god, we need to slow down way sooner. We just blew right through. One engine per 4 freight cars. Each engine can pull 4. What if you have 4 engines per 1 freight car? One on each end facing opposite directions. Can you put them nose to butt? This is gonna be Caterium. Caterium City. There we go. Collision, 2 trains on 1 track. Oh, I meant 400 megawatt for 1 car. Oh yeah, I guess it does cost energy. Okay, so we can watch a train wreck. So how does it work to load? Like, let's say I want a load of Caterium wire, right? So would I just say I'll have one standard? So just for now, right? Like, this is input. Let's extend this off a bit. And we'll have one container. Like that. And we mark for, actually we don't even need to mark for, but let's say we did. like that. And then we just feed into there. How does that work? Like, I guess we would need to say, hey, freight platform, we're going to configure you for a load, right? Just to load. And that's it. Outgoing transfer rate, 0 items per minute. Storage, I guess it just gets stacked up with quick wire, and then it just takes as much as it can. You can't really define like how much you'd pick up. What are you doing there is load buffering. Oh, what you are doing there is load buffering. Okay. I don't know what that means yet. Platforms stop loading when loading cars. Platforms stop loading when they are loading cars. I don't quite get it, but my guess is if I were to bring that train back, well, let's just hook up. Yeah, let's back it up. I'm curious if you have to trigger it. So like if we slowly back it up, probably going to go slower in reverse, I would imagine. Already start to slow it down because we'll have to come back forward. All right, now forward just a touch. And stop. So now what? As the freight platform lifts onto cargo car, it cannot load anymore in the other side. As the freight platform lifts, I guess, cargo onto the freight car, it cannot load anymore in the other side. I mean, I don't need it to load in the other side. What do you mean? I just meant, like, how do you control how much? Like, let's say I want to pick up just 3 spindles of quick wire or something. Is it just going to keep picking up until this whole thing is empty, as much as it can haul? Yep. Move forward. Okay, well, that doesn't... Okay. Really? Farther? Seems to be going past it, right? Or maybe back up? Really? Farther forward? We're gonna leave the station. It's as slow as I'm able to go, I think. That looks pretty aligned. Maybe... freight car. Nothing. Stick some crystals on there, and now it looks like there's something. That's a plus, I guess. Take that. Maybe we configure the freight platform. Load or unload? I mean, I want it to load. Although the only thing with something to load is this platform. We're putting it into our storage here. And... I mean, it should be able to, right? Maybe we configure from here. Here's our train. It's parked right now. Turn on self-driving. Well, edit timetable. It doesn't have a timetable. Maybe that's it. Like, we've got to set that up for automatic stuffs or something. The front of the engine needs to be aligned with the front edge of the station. But... I mean, that may be all well and good, but I mean... F to dock. Oh, there we go. So I guess it just takes whatever's in there. Is that right? at that time. So I guess what would make sense, because what's going to happen right now, like if I think about it, what's going to happen? Okay. Thank you, Ramrod. I think what's going to happen is that this is now empty, right? Yeah. So it's refilling from scratch. And when it's refilling from scratch, then we're going to get a full freight. There's going to be way more if we only have one train going around. So it's almost like the train should go around, stop at one station, pick up as much as it can, drop off at Central, go to a different station, pick up as much as it can, but not stop at every station. You know what I mean? Like the timetable was essentially like, we're currently at Caterium City. We would then want to stop by Central Storage. Then the next time we'd kind of come through, go to Steel Mill, then stop at Central Storage. You know, and then we'll stop by the central, well, the hub, and then we'll stop at Central Storage. But just keep going in the loop, but you'd bypass certain stations because otherwise you won't even have the room to pick up everything. You know what I mean? You can limit the load with belt speeds. Oh, like very, very specific. Oh, I see. That seems timing based. Well, let's go. Thank you so much. That gives me something to think about. I appreciate it. Obviously, improving our central storage is going to be key. That's so cool. Let's keep going, and we'll stop over. And it'll be so cool to unload. And then we can actually hook up our sorting system to it. Ah, so cool. Yeah, we overshot. That's so crazy that the they like get red hot. Yeah, spacebar is hard brake. Ooh, okay. Hopefully it doesn't wear down on the train. Dock. But we need to have the settings to like unload, right? So we'd be on this side, I think. So there's going to be unload. We don't want to be loading for these. And then we would need to set these up. Yeah, we're a little far back for this, but that's fine. Just for now. And then let's see if we can't dock. There she goes. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm curious if they'll come out of both. Oh my God. Oh, look. Yes. Look at that. Look at it go. Ain't that a trip? My God. That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, look at that. It actually went in top and bottom. So it actually pulled from both the top and the bottom when it went in the industrial storage. Wow. Wow. Okay, that is phenomenal. Yep. Yep. So if we wanted to, no, we don't want the ramp, but we do want the conveyor belt. We could feed in at both tops just to make things more efficient, I suppose. And there you go. I mean, as a start, That's not bad. So this is what we did today. That's crazy. So let's make a few stops, okay? So we'll just do some basic hookups. They're gonna be super messy. Super messy. But look at holy moly. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, so let's get out. So let's just sort of designate some cargo from each area, right? So we can have some inbound. We can cut that off. Get some of the beams. And then as far as the encased goes, super messy. I guess we gotta... You know what? I was gonna say, where are we gonna get more encased beams? Well, they're right here. Can we merge on it? Yep. So the things that we want from here the most are basically... Oh, look at that. Basically the beams, the pipes, and the encased beams. So that's great. That's great. Wild. Look at that. Look at that. That's filling up. So we could say let's dock and it'll just take what's there. So we'll go and just grab the snapshot. Everything halts while it's pulling the storage. What about the secondary cart? Like we could totally say we want to move to that second area. Yeah. You missed a... Oh, yeah. A tiny piece. Yep. It's probably hiccuping. That's fine. It's this bit right here. There we go. Too steep. Reverse. Conveyor belt too steep. Wow, really? And we'll merge. Look at that transfer. That's crazy. Well, we'll stick in some of them, not all of them. Here. That works. We'll stick that in. There we go. Now, if we were to go ahead and say dock, I assume it's going to grab both. It does. High five. That's so cool. That is so cool. Wow. This is a whole new world. A whole new world. I like that it puts the whole container so animation wise. If it's putting a new container, it shows you putting the container. If it's adding to it, then it will take the shroud and put the shroud over it. So it kind of hides that. And now it's loading again. And then we head off. That's so cool. Wow. All right, off we go. We're just making our rounds. I think the only one that haven't really... I won't stop for the main hub with the modular frames and all that, but it's pretty awesome. And we do not need to stop at the Caterium area. I guess we could, because we do have it loading stuff now. Get more quick wire. Ah, never mind. Just keep going. It just blew right through. Ah, that's so cool. And then we could stop here too, which has the plates and all kinds of stuff. And since we're piping so many screws over, oh man, this makes you rethink everything. All right, let's drop this off and see how this goes. And then we'll wrap up. Thank you, bunnies, for all your help. This has been a dream. This is so cool. I love this so much. God, it looks so cool. We just gotta pull up until we are in the yellow and black. There we go. Braking signs. What do the braking signs do? Do they make it so that you can... Oh, you mean add the sign as to when you should start braking? Or do you mean it will actually say, hey, I want the engine to stop here, and it will stop there? And we leave. All right, what do we got? Oh, visual sign. Wow. Look at... Oh, I haven't... Okay, no. I have on both sides. Yeah, we have. Okay, cool. So they're stuck because of... Oh, is it the overflow? Nope. You should say none here. Yeah. Top one for in case is not properly connected. Then we'll say none here, right? Encased industrial beam. What about... Oh, maybe like the flow is facing the wrong way? We've seen it come out before. We've seen this work. Aim your F tool at the splitter. Okay. Oh, because it has no overflow. It has nothing to dump in, so it's jammed up. That's what happened. Okay, gotcha. because I threw other things on there. And this has to be an overflow. That's what it was, because we had it where anything that didn't fit would fly out, and it wasn't. Oh, no. Oh, that's because it couldn't offload. There we go. There we go. Because we don't have the awesome sink on there. So now it's not gumming up. Okay, perfect. Thank you, bunnies. There she is. Wow. That's so cool. It's just mesmerizing. Look at that. Holy moly. How quickly is this thing filling up with double Mark IV feeds? Oh my god. That's incredible. I mean, it definitely makes you think, you know, it's like if we take this and oh yeah, look at that. It's just ripping them right out of the... Wow. So when it got backed up, you know, it still had a place to put things. Amazing. Oh my god. That's so awesome. That is so cool. Well, I mean, I could watch this all day. Automate the train. I haven't figured that part out yet. I think you have to do timetables, I think. Yeah. How's that work? I mean, we are at time, so I do need to wrap up, but maybe it's here. It's easy. Okay, so we got the stations. Do we just go to the station to adjust? Configure train station timetables. We've got this train right here. Edit the timetable. So we say, I want you to go to the steel mill. Yeah. And locomotive should stay at the station until the freight wagon is fully loaded or unloaded, or one load unload has been completed, or wait for 15 seconds. Leave that alone. Okay. I'm really digging the Tactical Breach Wizard series. It's so cool, Clocky. I'm glad. Thank you. So we want the steel mill, we want the Caterium City, and that's it. That's all I want, yeah. That's advanced train use. And then will it return here to central storage? Oh. And then we say central storage, but central storage, I want to stay until it's completely unloaded. Freight wagon is fully loaded, unloaded. There we go. And we'll save that. And now we'll save the changes. And let's back out. And I guess just run the train. Is that how that works? Timetable, train, self-driving. Oh my god. Hey, Hazarul, thank you. So... So is it just gonna... So it's gonna stop at... So it's gonna stop at the steel mill for 15 seconds. It's gonna stop at the Caterium area for 15 seconds and then come back and then stay here until it's fully unloaded, I think is how that works, right? Hey, Silly Buggers, thanks so much for the resub for 42 months, man. High five. That is awesome, yeah. And everyone should check it out. Oh, on the playlist. Yeah, we do have a playlist for the Tactical Breach Wizard series. I am going to try to finish it tonight and get the rest of it. So it's the entire game. The embargo's been lifted. It's coming out this Thursday, so it is there. But oh my god, this is so cool, bunnies. Bunnies, thanks so much for all your help. We were able to get a basic central storage going. There's still a lot to do there, but it's sort of working. It's really awesome. We have a basic loop going for a train. Train's going around now picking up stuff and then hopefully dropping it off. And this has just been a dream. So thank you so much. Next time we'll be streaming tomorrow at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, same bun time, same bun channel. We'll be back again, and let's make this even better. So I'm super jazzed about it. This is so cool. I can't wait. So also, we did release the Tactical Breach Wizards playlist today. There are 6 videos in there. It takes us all the way into the last act of the game. And then after that, I'm going to be finishing up and editing and hopefully outputting the last of it. So there'll be an entire playthrough available for you on the playlist by tomorrow is my hope. And if not, then it should be this week at the latest. So thank you again for all your support. If you'd like to hang out until the end of the music, we'll go and give someone a nice raid. I had a total blast. I hope you did as well. And I can't wait to get into the next one with you. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.